I'd like to call this meeting to order. If we could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was probably the best Pledge of Allegiance I have heard in this boardroom. Nice and loud, affirmative. So we're going to move on to the moment of silence. The moment of silence today is dedicated to the following residents of Homer Glen. Eleanor Borchell, who passed away at the age of 99. Jean Kluda, who passed away at the age of 101. Peyton Kirk, who passed away at the age of 17. John Tierling, who passed away at the age of 87. And Teddy McManigal, who passed away at 16 months old on February 11th from childhood cancer. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Reinders?
Present.
Trustee Consolino?
Present.
Trustee McNaughton?
Present.
Trustee Fialko?
Present.
Trustee Mason?
Present.
Trustee Stylen?
Present.
Mayor Knightsky-Troicki?
Present. All right, we've got a lot of community recognition today. I'd like to take a moment to recognize two Senatarians. Lillian Olsick, who will be celebrating her 100th birthday on February 23rd, and Marie Menkor, who will be celebrating her 100th birthday on March 24th. I'd also like to take a minute and congratulate Chief Ken Verba on his retirement after 48 years of service with the Northwest Homer Fire Protection District. In 1976, Chief Verba joined the department as a volunteer. In June 1983, he was hired as the first full-time paid firefighter paramedic. Over the next 41 years, he continued to serve and grow with the department. He spent the last 15 years as chief, and the village would like to thank him for his service and protection. In addition, Todd Fonfara has been promoted to fire chief. Mr. Fonfara has been with the Northwest Fire Protection since 1986 in the village. Congratulations to Mr. Fonfara and Chief Ken Verba. I would also like to take a moment. We did invite them here today, but they both declined to come. They got bigger and better things to do. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize and congratulate Steve McMichael for his upcoming induction into the Hall of Fame this August. However, Misty did just call about a half hour ago to ask Homer Glen to keep Steve in our thoughts as he continues to battle his fight with ALS. Next up, we've got Giada Rhodey.
Yeah.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's here. Oh, where is it? No. Voice of Democracy. Voice of Democracy is an audio essay program that provides high school students with an opportunity to express the democratic and patriotic values. Nearly 40,000 high school age students from around the country enter this contest to win their share of $2.1 million in educational scholarships. Homer Glen's very own Giada Rhodey took first place at the Lockport Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 5788 level and advanced to the district level competition, where she again took first place and competed against 100 other entries. She advanced to compete at the state level, where she finished 12th overall of 1,800 contestants, and she received $600 in scholarship money. Giada is looking forward to competing again next year in hope of making it to nationals. The village of Homer Glen is very proud of Giada and her accomplishments. Giada would like to take a minute and read her essay.
Thank you. I'm Giada Rhodey, and tonight I'll be reading my essay that I wrote for the VFW's Voice of Democracy contest. The greatest attributes of our democracy throughout time. Unlike a monarchy, a democratic republic distributes power equally throughout the states and its citizens. This prevents the government from growing too powerful and taking control of the nation. So although the United States government is not perfect, it has remained an ideal benefit to our country because it represents citizens in a fair and organized manner. Throughout time, the American nation has always sought improvement to constantly better itself. In 1777, the Articles of Confederation were adopted at the First Constitutional Convention. Once put in place, it was seen that they lacked many attributes which made it weak. They did not have a central government, an executive branch, or a court system, and only had a unicameral legislature. Once the people realized this form of government did not work, they met for a second constitutional convention where the Constitution was adopted. This new Constitution included bicameral legislation where the House and Senate would check the president's actions while the president would check their actions. This prevented any one person from having too much power. On top of that, they created the Martial Court, which held judicial oversight over both the legislative and executive branches while preventing them from passing unfair legislation. This showed that the citizens of the United States wanted the best for themselves in the future, which could only have happened if they approved of how the country was run. To this day, the nation still uses the Constitution and allows for new legislation to be passed in order to adjust for the time. Once they realized that the original presidential election system did not work, they changed it so that the president and the vice president would be put on the same ballot and voted for together. This made decision-making easier in the executive branch because the vice president and president actually got along, which was different than it originally was. Once it was finally addressed that women not having the right to vote was wrong, the government passed legislation in 1920 to allow them to. This bettered the American nation while also giving women more rights that would benefit the future of America. In more recent times, the government has also sought to improve the safety of American citizens through multiple new laws established, such as anti-terrorism acts used to prevent any individuals from taking control of the nation, while also establishing more security measures in transportation, such as airports, train stations, and rental establishments. The country saw what the nation was lacking and knew that to make it the best it could be, the government must establish new legislation to keep the country safe. So although it is often disputed in recent times whether our government truly has the welfare of the people first in mind, the American Democratic Republic system has withheld a strong standing in being the top governmental system in the world, where individuals have the freedom to live how they want to, which could not have been possible without our country's solid foundation and constant strive to become better than they were the day before. Thank you.
Giada, if you could just hold on one second. The village board like to present this award to Giada together. Get all of us.
Okay, everybody. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Congrats. The last recognition is to the residents of Homer Glen. Today at the Will County Board meeting, the residents really came out in force and fought for what they believed in and wanted to keep the village of Homer Glen the way it is. There was it was 3.5 hours of public comment that we sat through today, and the county board voted 11 to 10 to keep the road, not to keep it the same it is. They passed a resolution to squash the current plan and move forward in looking into a turn lane. So I'm very proud of the residents of Homer Glen. I'm very thankful for the board members of Will County who voted in favor with the residents, and that's it. That's pretty much it. We'll talk about it more later. Okay, amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments? Hearing none, can I get approval of the agenda?
I'll make that motion
Trustee Fialko?
I'll second.
Trustee Mason, any discussion? No. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen? Aye. Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders? Aye. Trustee Consolino? Aye. Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Motion carries. Approval of minutes, January 10th, 2024 Village Board Meeting. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Mason, is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Reinders, is there any discussion? Trustee Mason?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Reinders?
No.
Trustee Stylen? Trustee McNaughton? Trustee Fialko?
None.
Trustee Consolino? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Stylen? Aye. Trustee Consolino? Aye. Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders? Aye.
Approval of minutes, January 24th, 2024 Village Board Meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Mason? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Stylen? Discussion?
No, ma'am.
None.
Trustee Reinders?
No.
Trustee Fialko?
None.
Trustee Consolino? None. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders? Aye. Trustee Stylen? Aye. Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to public comment. Excuse me, but this first name is difficult for me. Abdulaziz? Yeah.
I have time.
Okay. You have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm new here, so please allow me to introduce myself first. Abdulaziz is the full name. Anybody here can call me Z for short. My parents have been living here since the year 2000. That's before this town was incorporated. Okay. Now we're in the year 2024. We're at a point where there's a lot of tax dollars being collected. There's a lot of money being collected by the state. I would like to know who here has been collecting under the table from the Illinois State Police. In September of 23, Illinois State Police made the largest cannabis bust in history, and it's history. Do all you folks in this room know this? That's my question. Wait, does everybody in this room that
Sir, I ask that you address the
Yes,
dais.
absolutely, happy to. Does everyone in this room know that the Illinois State Police made the largest pot bust in history in September of 23?
Sir, if you can address the dais, please.
Not everybody knows that?
Sir, I'm asking you to address the dais for the last time.
I'm sorry?
I'm asking you to address the board only.
Okay, great. I'm asking everybody here, do you all know this? Does anybody not know this? Here's the question. Does anybody in this room not know this?
Sir, this is not a question and answer. This is for you to state your 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. How much time do I have left?
Madam Clerk?
A minute and a half.
Perfect. With that being said, there's a lot of money at stake here. So with that money that was confiscated from the Illinois State Police, they estimated it on the news to be between $8 to $14 million. I just wanted to make sure that my community here in Homer Glen got the proper portion from the state. That's all I wanted to state to everybody in this room today. So if there's anyone that didn't get the proper portion that they deserve, you guys should ask some questions. And that's the bottom line. I'm done speaking here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Steve Balich?
I might need a little more than 3 minutes, but probably not, just so you know.
If the
ahead
time
of
comes, we'll make a motion and vote.
Yeah, but I think I'll be done. But anyway, I'm your county board rep with Jim Richmond, and I'm also the supervisor. And I just want everyone to know that today we made history in Will County, and it wasn't because of me or Jim Richmond. It was a collaboration of the village board, the mayor, Sue Stylen, Dan Fialco. They've been to numerous meetings. They've been there talking. Then you go to the township, Vicky Bozen, Carmen Morella, Angel Shake, and Brent Porfilio. They've been to numerous meetings and talked. Then you go to the schools. The schools all reached out to me and said that they're against the project. Then you go to Nicola Ha. She's against the project. So now, that's a big bunch of elected people, right? And without all those people, one of them groups was not involved, this wouldn't happen. Now you take the main thrust, all the residents, all the people from Homer Township and Homer Glen, which is the same thing basically, but all the people from there, plus the people from Lockport, and then we had emails come in from Shorewood, Joliet, Lamont, from all over the place. We needed all that, because Jim Richmond's new to the county board. He's just learning. I've been there 12 years. I'm the Republican leader. It's my job to get the votes, to count the votes. Well, if I walk up to somebody and I say, hey, I need your vote, they tell me to drop dead. I got to have support, and I got to have a good reason. I got to have a lot of stuff. Without everybody in this community showing up like they did, there's no way this would have happened. This is the first time in Will County history that anyone can see where a road project was stopped because the people didn't want it. So it was shocking to everybody on that board. They're all like freaking out. But it's all because of the people here and the boards, everyone working together. And without that, I guarantee it wouldn't work. Because no matter what I said, I'd never be able to corral all those votes, because I had to get votes on the Democrat side too. And we did. We had 3 of them. And then one had to leave, and I was like, oh my God, I hope we don't lose the other one. And sure enough, we won. It was a 12-9 vote. Yeah, there was the one person left. That's why the numbers were goofed up. I was arguing about it, and then they explained it to me, because I thought it was 12-10. But anyway, I think it's really important for everybody to know that in government, if everybody sticks together on an issue, we can win all the time, But it takes all of us. Like I just said, if the village of Homer Glen didn't show up, the mayor didn't talk, Fialco didn't talk, Sue Stylen didn't talk, guess what would happen? Nothing. You'd see trucks and stuff coming down that road.
Yeah, Mr. Balich,
I'm over.
you can ask for an extension if you'd
So
like.
can I have an extension, please?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Fialco, Trustee Consolino, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? This is for an additional 3 minutes.
Aye. Trustee Reinders? Aye. Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino? Aye. Trustee Fialco?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Motion carries. Continue on, Steve.
Thank you. I'm just like so proud of where I live, with how everyone got together and worked and made this happen, because it is history. When you talk to other people, I may have to go to our central committee in a little bit, and they're all in shock down there. Nobody can believe it, that we were able to pull this off. And then again, it's because of working together. So we got to learn to keep that up, because I think that's important, because there's a lot of stuff that happens that one person or one group, they can go so far and they can't go any further. But if you get 2 people in 2 groups and 3 people in 3 groups, all of a sudden now you've got an army behind you. And that's how we won this, because believe me, those people at the county board, they don't care about Homer Glen. They care about where they live, that's it. They care about road projects because they're told that they have to. So I'm just in awe about how well everyone worked together. So thank you guys very much, and God bless you.
Jay Rhodey.
Hi, Board. Well, 6 minutes, but with Steve, but that's pretty much what I wanted to talk about. Today was really awesome. You know, for the past couple of weeks, there's been meetings, and it led to today, and I know residents have sent in emails to Will County in regarding the 143rd expansion. Past few weeks, obviously, we're in election season and what have you, but I haven't run into one resident that was in favor of that project. And I gotta tell you, on the village end and the township end, you guys working together along with the community, everyone is stronger together where we live. This is what needs to be done to move Homer forward. When you start thinking about everything that's happened in the past, in less than a year, you guys saved Hadley Road together, the community, the township, and the village. You guys just stopped 143rd. Something Steve said, I've been involved in IDOT projects. When they're launched, they're launched. You're not stopping them. Money's been set aside to them. It kind of screws up. It wasn't an IDOT project, just county, I realize that, but it screws up their whole ledger as to where they allocated their money for the year. So for the community and everybody to come together, it's not a small feat for what happened today. And Sue, you spoke today. Dan, Christina, you guys did awesome. The township board, the people that have been there, everyone has been great. There is nothing this community can't accomplish when we all work together. We've got bigger fish to fry, and we need to do it together, otherwise we're not going to be able to accomplish anything. Thank you, God bless.
Thank you. Walt and Annette, did you want to wait till your time comes? Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right. Moving on to reports and communications from President and other officers. Village Manager Joe Bieber.
Yes, just the ongoing town center survey is still available through February 23rd. There's a QR code on the posters in the back of the room, and there's also links through the village's website. Staff is working on their department budgets for the 24-25 fiscal year. And also a reminder on our website, there's information regarding political signage and where they can legally be placed. That is all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Village trustees. Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Trustee Mason?
Yes, ma'am. First, I'd like to thank the Will County Sheriffs and Lieutenant Taylor for doing an outstanding job. I've got the report. Tickets are down, speeding is down, crime is down, everything across the board. So Lieutenant Taylor and your staff, thank you very much for that. Also, I just had my Behavioral Health and Addiction Recovery Committee on the 7th, and we are putting together a panel for mental health. The committee will be hosting its first panel discussion on Saturday, February 24th at 10 a.m. till 12 noon. The topic of discussion, of course, will be mental health. We have a panel of experts to answer the questions about mental health, addiction, a variety of other topics. Representative from Heroes will be here with their trailer. Dr. Snow from Beyond Healing will be here. Patty Tucker with the Will County Health will be here to provide some information on Narcan. Mark Raber will share his personal experience and discuss Al-Anon for families, and Dr. Delic, who treats behavioral and medical issues for children and families, will be here. Lastly, the event will be moderated by our very own committee member and licensed clinical professional counselor, Kelly Calderon. Everyone is welcome to attend. Please do. You can register and attend online and provide a question if you have one. If you do not have one, you can come. Please do so. I think we have about 15 people signed up right now. I'm hoping it turns out to be 50. I like to catch any issues early on, especially with children. You can simply attend by registering, or just everyone is welcome. So we will look forward to having you on, again, February 24th, 10 a.m. until noon. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Trustee Consolino?
Well, first off, I'd like to say thank you as well. Thank you to the mayor, thank you to Trustee Fialco, and also to Trustee Stylen, to Supervisor Balich, and to John Richmond for all the effort that they put in for the last numerous meetings on the 143rd Street widening. So on that, I need to give a little speech. It's not going to be little. Haven't done this in a long time, but because we have something on the agenda tonight in regards to the township dissolution referendum, I feel it's very necessary in the spirit of transparency and accountability to read off what I've been experiencing. So I'd like to go on public record tonight regarding the facts regarding the village's referendum for dissolution of Homer Township. Early voting on this referendum question started a week ago on February 8th. To date, the village and the board members who voted for this referendum question to be placed on the ballot have not provided any facts or information regarding their rationale. These board members voted for the referendum question on October 11th, 2023. This was 5 months ago. The only excuse that was publicly presented to this board at the time was because these board members wanted to absorb the tax dollars that Homer Township receives. Here's our referendum question, Homer Glen. Should the village of Homer Glen take appropriate action and pursue appropriate efforts to potentially dissolve or discontinue township government? Should the village of Homer Glen take appropriate action and pursue appropriate efforts to potentially dissolve or discontinue township government? Questions need to be asked and answered with this referendum. Questions like, what exactly does it mean when they say to take appropriate action and pursue appropriate efforts to potentially dissolve or discontinue the township? Like, what action will be taken if this question gets passed? What appropriate efforts will be taken if this question gets passed? What is the plan going forward? What are the costs to our taxpayers? How exactly will this impact the 40,000 residents of Homer Township? Is there a plan to hire a consultant? How much will a consultant firm and legal fees cost our taxpayers if this battle that occurs, we cannot win? Did I miss something? We were already advised not to pursue this by our law firm. I've also reached out and spoken to outside legal counsel on the feasibility of the village being able to accomplish this task and was advised of the same. Is there something that the mayor and her trustees know that the rest of us don't? What or who specifically do they know in the Illinois General Assembly who are telling them that they will allow them to do this? That's the most important question of all, and I'll elaborate more on this a little later. I personally have made repeated documented inquiries with our interim village manager, our mayor, and our village attorney asking for all pertinent information in regard to the plan to dissolve Homer Township. Our village has paid thousands of dollars to Mr. O'Grady's law firm for research regarding possible dissolution of the township. On 10/11/2023, the day this board voted for the referendum item, I finally received an analysis from our attorney that came to me through our interim village manager. It was dated 10/4/2023. The analysis basically stated it was not advisable for us to dissolve the township, and I brought this up publicly during the board meeting. Now I want to read to you some of the minutes regarding this vote. Motion to approve Resolution 23-014, authorizing a public question to be submitted to the voters of the Village of Homer Glen concerning whether the Village of Homer Glen should take appropriate action and pursue appropriate efforts to potentially dissolve or discontinue township government. Trustee Mason motion to approve, Trustee Steinlen seconded. Discussion. Trustee Mason mentioned liking the 1.3 million reasons. Said the former village manager Morella said that everyone's office could be dissolved or abolished and the county would handle it. Trustee Steinlen spoke about when the village incorporated the residents questioning another layer of government. Now is time to question, do we need the extra layer of government with the township? Took over neglected township parks and would like to see the numbers of how much money was spent on those neglected parks. Is in support of dissolving the township. 24 townships in Will County alone. Illinois is known for having more government entities than any other state, and at some point, the residents and citizens of Illinois have to come forward and say this is enough. The referendum being discussed tonight is a message to Illinois that we need to eliminate some of these layers. Referendums can be very confusing, and people don't always know what they are voting for. Questions the word potentially dissolve. We are not asking to dissolve the township on this referendum. It is an advisory referendum asking residents if it is something to pursue. Trustee McNaughton agrees there are too many layers in the state of Illinois. The numbers just don't add up with the regardless, if it's 18 miles or 19.9 miles. Feels we should ask the community, which is the reason why we are here to serve the community. Trustee Reinders, All for smaller government. Concerns for the village are pressing issues that need to be addressed. Boundary agreement with Lockport that will be expiring soon. Issue of no revenue being generated because Lockport will not approve permits for anything to be built of the west of Cedar Road. Union contract being negotiated that will boost salaries very soon. Huge decisions to make regarding a wastewater treatment plant. Outrageous water bills forced upon the residents of this village. No consensus from the township on whether they agree with this decision. How do we pay for all of this if they sue us? Should we start this fight now when we have many more pressing issues? Concerned about the township employees and if they would be able to find jobs. Trustee Consolino agreed with what Trustee Reinders said. There are larger priorities at stake. Nothing productive has been done on this board in 6 months, and that is the anger behind her speech. Addressed the mayor and said the mayor and her slate have been planning this for quite some time, and the mayor alluded to it in her 100-day report that she didn't really give because she said she is busy. That we better get on board and in line because lots more was coming our way. Addressed Trustee Mason and said he wants to complain that $1.3 million is a lot, but it's not in government. It's not. He doesn't know that if we dissolve the township, if we can do it, but between Trustee Mason and Trustee McNaughton, they always talk about money and what is being spent. We have no facts whatsoever, no costs, we have nothing, no feasibility. Doesn't believe dissolving the township is constitutional. Without zero info, Trustee Consolino doesn't believe that we can make a smart, educated decision on this board to make any type of referendum. Doesn't know how much homework was done, but it's been planned for a long time, and it should have been presented to this board better. Trustee Consolino says she knows how it will go and that they will vote the way they want to. Trustee Fialco referred to Illinois State Statute 60-129-5 and pointed out that it says it takes the cooperation of the township board and this board. We should be sitting down with the township and discussing. Read the definition of coterminous. Asked to address the attorney, and he asked if there is another term to use for coterminous. Sorry. Attorney Pasquinelli said the term he is referring to in regards to the village of Evanston. It was a special provision that was put in the county code. Trustee Fialco said that this is not about another town, that it is in the state statute. Article 25 also describes the township code, and Trustee Fialco read that. Trustee Fialco said that about 1.5 years ago, he abolished the $500 fee plus $100 per acre to get rid of the annexation fee from Homer Township residents to come into Homer Glen. 0 have taken up on that offer. He was also told several different reasons why. Would like someone to look into IML and if this falls into the supermajority in this category. Wasting a lot of time and lawyers' fees and efforts when we could be doing other things. Mentioned other layers like the librarian, how they make $100,000 something a year. Where do we stop and draw the line? Not enough thought put in. Let's do it together and then move forward. Does not want to see employees lose their jobs. Mayor Nechke-Troicke wants to clarify that this is not about the township versus village. It is not about the mayor's like or dislike for Steve Balich. She thanked him for getting her into politics 15 years ago. Mayor Nechke-Troicke states she was elected to do one job, and that was to protect the residents of Homer Glen. Question on the ballot is an advisory question. An advisory question, what do the residents want? This states that this would not have been on the agenda if a discussion had not been had. The vote. The mayor asked the clerk to call the roll. Trustees Mason, McNaughton, Steilen were all ayes. Trustee Consolino, Trustee Fialco, and Reinders were nays. The mayor voted aye. Now, here we are, 5 months later, with a referendum in which no information, facts, feasibility, costs, impact, budget implications, or a plan on how the village of Homer Glen plans to dissolve Homer Township and absorb its taxes and services that will affect over 40,000 residents, with approximately 25,000 residents living in Homer Glen. I repeatedly requested all information pertaining to this referendum question from our mayor, our village manager, our law firm, to no avail. Our mayor reached out to me a few weeks ago in several emails stating that she had crunched numbers on her own to save our village money and wanted to speak to me privately. I had to explain to her that crunching numbers was not acceptable, and I demanded that these so-called numbers be vetted and endorsed through our village attorney our finance director, and our village manager. She told me I couldn't make this demand. However, as a member of the legislative body of this village, yes, I can make this demand. It is my fiduciary responsibility as an elected official to review all information regarding legislative matters with our village. Mayor can claim all that she wants that I'm lying. However, I have a plethora of emails to prove all my statements, all of which are FOIable under the Freedom of Information Act. I will admit that just this morning, I finally received an email with numbers from our village manager. Since Monday, I've made several requests to the village manager for tonight's discussion because our mayor placed discussion of township numbers on our agenda under new business. No information was included in our board meeting packet or online with the agenda as it should have been. The numbers that were given to me today were a copy of the 2023 Homer Township tax levy. I've been waiting 5 months to receive the Homer Township tax levy. Let me repeat this. I've been waiting for any information for the township dissolution for over 5 months, and after repeated requests for all supporting documentation for the mayor's referendum, I've been given a copy of the Homer Township tax levy from 2023. This tax levy shows 61.95% of the Homer Township levy coming from Village of Homer Glen residents. The full levy, including Lockport, New Lenox, Lamont, and unincorporated areas like Orland, is for $1,971,180. The village's portion of that levy equals $1,195,945. I would really like to yell at this board and say, where is the due diligence, fiscal responsibility, accountability, and transparency with this? But apparently that doesn't exist with this administration. So allow me to do my due diligence and provide some numbers and facts for our tax-paying residents. Illinois has the highest property taxes in the nation. A large contributing factor with this is due to the fact that Illinois has 7,000 units of government, more than any other state in the nation. Property taxes are the chief source of local government's funding and getting rid of unnecessary and duplicative layers of local government. And it could be a good way to save by, and getting rid of unnecessary and duplicative layers of government can be a good way to save taxpayer dollars. Stress the words can be if elected officials make competent decisions to protect and benefit taxpayers and their public funding. Illinois has 1,431 townships. Some of these townships are coterminous, which means their jurisdictions have the same boundaries as a municipality. Some areas have multiple townships within a municipality, while other townships exist in rural areas. 17 of Illinois' counties have no township. Illinois allows townships to have 3 functions: maintaining unincorporated roads and bridges, assessing property taxes, running the general assistance program, which provides financial aid to the poor, and in addition, some townships also administer other services such as youth and senior citizen services, though they are not mandated to do so by law. The Illinois Constitution currently allows for any county to dissolve all of the townships within its boundaries. However, this dissolution provision is all or nothing. A county can dissolve all of its townships or none of its townships. It cannot dissolve just a few. A county or municipality seeking to dissolve just one township must obtain special authority from the General Assembly. The law was created in 2013 specifically allowing Evanston Township to be dissolved. That same year, a different law also was created allowing the DuPage County Board to dissolve or consolidate various units of government. 2016, a law was passed allowing McHenry County and Lake County to dissolve units of government within their borders, similar to DuPage County. This was also the year Belleville was given legislative authority to dissolve its township. There are other municipalities that are taking the issue to voters to decide if they want to eliminate their township, such as Peru, Illinois. While these votes give local officials a sense of their constituents' preferences, those government bodies must still seek permission from the General Assembly to act on any dissolution referendums. General Assembly has the sole authority and flexibility to dissolve their townships and other units of government as they see fit, not the Village of Homer Glen and its 25,000 residents. I'm going to remind our village board members and our village staff that they can only provide our residents and voters with factual information regarding this referendum. Otherwise, any opinions or conjecture can be considered electioneering. And electioneering on behalf of this ballot initiative by our village is illegal. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Consolino. Trustee Fialko?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to say congratulations to Steve and Misty McMichael, residents of Homer Glen, and Steve finally making it into the Football Hall of Fame. It's been a long, hard road for the family. Again, they have been philanthropists and have donated hours and hours of their time while Steve was doing well. And this should have probably happened a long time ago, but again, congratulations to Steve and Misty McMichael on that accomplishment of Steve getting into the Football Hall of Fame. Giada Rodi, thank you very much. What a great young patriot in our community. Congratulations to you and your award that you got. Nicole Laha, also a couple weeks ago, got sworn in for the 82nd District State Rep. Congratulations to Nicole Laha. Homerfest, again, those dates. I'm going to announce the bands at the next meeting, end of February. We have all the contracts back. We just have to get them signed on our side. So I always hold off till I get the I's dotted and the T's crossed, but all bands have been secured. Again, Homerfest will be a little bit different, the dates this year. Fireworks are on June 27th, then we have the 28th, 29th, and 30th. So the last 4 days of Homerfest. We have the open stage concept again, which means bring your lawn chairs, bring your blankets, and have a lot of fun at Homerfest. It is the best way to kick off summer here, and we always have a blast doing it. The 143rd Street issue that we spent all day there. It was a long, long meeting. It was similar to Mr. Smith Goes to Washington with Jimmy Stewart. If you've never seen it, it's a long process, and there was a long process that took place today. But the whole idea, I think Steve Balich and Jay Rodi said it best, is when we work together as a community, and we put our efforts together, we can get results that are good for everybody. I don't want to be here and be a wrecking ball to one part of our government that we should be working with, and I don't want us to, I want us to work together. That has been, I have never wavered from that. I've been here for 3 years, and it doesn't matter who I've ever talked to. I think getting along and working in harmony together, we get things done for the citizens that we represent. When we create this division and try to be a wrecking ball to the process and think that we're going to get some votes out of it, that's what destroys our community. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. I'm telling you, between the township, Steve Balich, Brent Portfolio, Angel Shake, with the village, the mayor, Knightsky Troiki was there speaking. Trustee Stalin was speaking. I spoke. And then all the people that spoke together collectively, we were able to take and get something done for our community. And as Steve has said, working together, we did something that's never been done in the history of Will County to stop a road project. So it's just one small example of how working together creates an environment that we are community, right? We're community, we're working together. It took a village. The mayor and I were very happy when we talked afterwards that we were able to do this, and I think it's a first step in the right direction of working together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Fialko. Trustee Stalin?
Thank you. On behalf of the Community Development Committee, we were able to meet last week and we reviewed the event sponsorship options, and I would like to encourage our local businesses to contact Chris Pasquini, our events coordinator, to discuss ways to get involved with our events and feature their businesses. We're just getting started with assisting staff in planning the events, and there will be a lot of opportunities for volunteers from the community. And I would like to, again, ask our community to volunteer, and you can do so by going to our website and just search for the volunteer form and submit that, and we'll be in contact with you. And then on January 30th, I attended the the town center workshop that we had here at the Village Hall. And I would like to thank all of the members of the community that came out to provide their valuable suggestions, and the Economic Development Committee and staff who put the event together. A town center is a wonderful asset for our community. And in addition to providing a place for our community to gather, a town center will provide an opportunity to attract a type of businesses that do not want to just locate in a strip mall. And I believe those are the types of businesses that our community would like to see. As the village manager pointed out, the concept plans are located in the back. They will also be on display in the lobby for residents to come in and take a look at, and you can also view it on our website. There's a video and a survey attached. And if anything that today demonstrated with the county is how important community input is. Because when village officials or elected officials listen to the community, the right things happen. So I really want to stress, we have another week of that survey. I would really like to stress for people to give us their input, whether you like it or whether you not, or whether or not. We want to hear from you. So when I came into that meeting, there were some residents that said, how do you know about these things? And that's something that our community would like to address, because communications is difficult without a local newspaper. We have our meeting forum here, and we have our website, and we have Facebook page. So I just reach out to us if you have suggestions for how we can communicate better with we will also have a newsletter coming out soon. Just to explain something on our website, because I think I'm website savvy sometimes, and then I go there to look for some things and I can't find it. You can always search in the toolbar on the website, but also there are some rectangles that are on the home page, and they feature usually current issues that are happening in the community. But don't stop there. There's a little arrow to the right that you can scroll right or left and see more announcements, because sometimes you will miss something. So I just want to encourage residents when they go to the website to do that. Also, today was an awesome day to go to the county, and when we incorporated, we did some visioning sessions here at the county, or at the village. And I just want to point out something that I often hand this out to new committee members, new employees, or people that are new with the village. And it was a green vision that we created in 2004. We had a lot of community input when we did that. Our workshops usually had 100 people attending them. And one of the things that's listed in this green vision says that it highlights goals. So when I'm trying to make a decision here as a board member, I think about what did the community say in these goals. And for transportation, it said, a coordinated, sustainable system of roadways, pedestrian facilities, recreational pathways, and public transportation services that provides for the safe and efficient movement of vehicles and pedestrians, enhances the countryside character and environmental amenities of the village. And I think that we did that today. And again, I want to thank all of the residents that came out and spoke and sat through a long meeting. And I thank the Will County Board for listening to us. And I thank all the township officials that came out and spoke, and all the trustees. And I think you've all heard that already. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Steinle. Trustee Reinders?
Thank you, Mayor. Reporting for the Parks Committee. Just want to let everybody know that the RFP for a landscape architect has been posted.
We are currently seeking this architect to revise the master plan for Heritage Park to include the new placements of the Veterans Memorial, a water feature, 2 pavilions, and any future soccer field placement that we would need in the future. Once this board approves of a landscape architect, we will then move forward with a bidding process. And once that bidding process is complete, we will then find out what the scope of work is and apply for grants. The OSLED grant is coming up and is due in July, so we're hoping that we can get all of this prepared prior to the deadline for the OSLED grant. Another thing that was brought to the attention of the committee was the Girl Scouts. Now, we all love our Girl Scouts in the community and the surrounding communities, and we try to help out with them as much as we possibly can. They had made a proposal to put a sled shed in Heritage Park. One of the things that threw up a red flag was the liability for this. So we are referring to our legal advisors for what would be the proper way to approach this. We know that the liability, they would have to provide us with insurance, but one of the things we need to talk about with the attorney. So moving forward, we can't make that decision until we have legal advice. Another topic that we were talking about that seems to be coming up quite frequently is private residents holding events in Heritage Park. We're getting more and more requests to have birthday parties, family gatherings, etc. So what the committee is doing is they're going to be working with our events coordinator, and we're also doing research what the other communities are doing. We know we're not a park district, but we do have a beautiful park here, and we want to keep it like that. And unfortunately, some of the events that we've had on the park is where they leave their trash and things behind, and our parks department is the one who actually has to pick up the bulk of the work. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to come up with a program to determine what would be the best way to move forward with this. Let's see. On another note, in the spirit of transparency, we've been getting a lot of questions. This board has been getting a lot of questions about what we are actually doing for Homer Glen when it comes to our wastewater treatment plant. I just recently read some things on social media that I was not happy about, and I did address those. But I would like to inform our community that 2 weeks ago, myself, Mayor Troike, Joe Baber, and Brett Westcott had a meeting with Lockport. And they called the meeting, and they wanted to talk to us about their wastewater plans moving forward and how they plan to increase their Division Street plant and how they plan to turn their Bonnie Bray into a pump station. So we listened and we listened and we listened, and they basically gave us 3 options. And the options were whether we want to build our own, whether we want to come on board with them, with another IGA, and or if we want to go with Illinois American Water. So I think the community needs to know about this, that we are being put in this position and that we intend to move forward, and we are moving forward, and we are working very hard on this. This is a priority in this village. We know that our IGA with Lockport expires in 2030. We know that it takes 5 to 6 years to build a wastewater treatment plant. So I would just like everybody out there to know that that is our top priority at this village. And myself and the mayor and these trustees on this board and our staff are working diligently. And time is of the essence for us to make that decision. So I just want to assure everybody that that's what we're doing moving forward. We care about the future of this community. If we ever want to develop, we need to be able to make those decisions, and we need to move fast on them. Now let me talk about the town center. Sorry, Jen, I know yours was long, but I didn't want mine to be that long. Okay, the town center. I have been on the steering committee for the town center since the inception of it. Now, everybody knows that the town center is something that has been on the books for many years. There have been boards that have come and gone, and they've discussed the town center. So I actually attended the workshop as well, and being on the steering committee, I had the first advantage to see these renderings and to see how the residents were asking us to move forward for the future of this community. Now, during the last election, the top question to any one of the people that were running in this election was, what are you going to do about a town center? So we listened, and myself and Trustee Pasmino at the time, we brought this back to the board. So in order to make this happen, we had to do a study. So we did the feasibility study, and the coded group did they did a phenomenal job. They actually brought us information from all over the country about how town centers are formed, what's the benefit, and what it's going to take to be able to sustain a town center. Now, we know that the town center is not our first priority at this point in time because we do have bigger fish to fry, but this feasibility study has really given us a leg up on moving forward. And I know that there was some negative comments regarding the town center. But you have to understand, when you meet with developers and you meet with people such as the Lakota Group, when they give you their vision, they're going to tell you what is going to be the best thing to be able to sustain this town center. And when we talked to them, they talked about mixed use. They didn't talk about, we only could have apartments, we could only have single-family homes, we could only have condos. It's a mixed use of every single thing. And with that said, with all the hard work that everybody has put into this, I was really proud to be a part of this project. So we're almost done with our feasibility study, and I just want everybody to know that this has been the one thing that will keep us going into the future when it comes to really getting down to business, to be able to really work with developers or work with our village or work with other communities to be able to put this together. So please stop all the negativity. We know that it's going to, we know the issues that are out there. The taxes. Is it going to be the school issues? Are our schools going to be overrun? We know all these issues, and these are things that we are working on. But we now have the basis for when this village is ready to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Reinders. Village Clerk.
I just wanted to let everybody know that early voting has started at the Will County Clerk's office in Joliet. For more information on that, you can go to willcountyclerk.gov. And then early voting will begin at Homer Township starting March 4th. And then Clerk Bielski wanted to wish the Lockport Township High School wrestlers who are competing in the 2024 IHSA State Finals tonight and tomorrow the best of luck.
Wow. Good luck. Public Safety, Village Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, I just wanted to add a little bit with what one of the trustees had mentioned earlier, just in regards to the expiration of the current contract with Lockport to treat wastewater. That indeed does expire in 2030, but I just want to echo what this board has said. The board is working diligently. Everyone here is working diligently to resolve that issue, so that come 2030, there's going to be a solution in place for all the citizens. I know myself, I've been tasked and directed by the village manager and the board to work diligently through staff on coming up with solutions to assist in that endeavor. Okay, so part of my report today is just talk about that. Secondly, just wanted to answer a little bit with regards to, there's been some questions back and forth regarding the ballot question, the referenda question. And I just want to share to the public real quick that the question that's on the ballot here is an advisory question of public policy. And an advisory question of public policy, people stop and they look and they go, well, what does that mean in English? And I can share with you that an advisory question means that it has no legal effect that comes from it, regardless of whether it's adopted or not. So in English, that's what it means. It's an advisory question of public policy that's on the referendum, that's on the ballot, okay? There's been questions that have been asked of us as to what this is, and that's what that is. Lastly, I would like to suggest, if I can, to the board at a later point, but with Joe Baber, working with Joe Baber, there's been some questions too, just in regards to contracts and ordinances and things of proposals and purchase agreements. I know that we're looking at engaging in other consultancy agreements coming up here shortly with professionals, architects, and things of that nature. I would suggest, and I'd like to bring it to Mr. Baber and then bring it to the board as a collective body, that we put together just a little bit of a plan, a little bit of a form, contract, consultancy agreement that would assist staff here and the trustees and such when they're approaching their meeting with these various consultants, a form agreement that would be a good starting point for us to use when we're engaging consultants and larger scale purveyors for the village. The reason is this: I have found in my experience in both business and law that when we're dealing with larger number of a larger amount of a specific contract, oftentimes when I look at those proposals, they have some language in there that's not going to be in the village's best interest. So what I'd like to do is suggest is to work with Joe Baber and present it to the board, just a kind of a form consultancy / purchasing agreement that we can use when we're dealing with certain contracts of a greater size. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Public safety officials?
I completed the report for 2023 and the numbers were excellent, probably the best ever, definitely the best of the last 10 years. Numbers are down across the board in almost every category, which is fantastic. I want to thank Sheriff Kelly for supporting us and giving us what we need to do out here. My sergeants and deputies do an excellent job. Mayor Knightsky-Troike and the board, I appreciate your excellent allies, and I look forward to another good year.
Lieutenant Taylor, I have one question for you.
All right.
I had asked you earlier to explain what that one number was that I couldn't figure out how to.
So we use index crimes. We get from the Uniform Crime Reports, which is from the FBI. So every jurisdiction sends those to the FBI every year. So to make it applicable and comparable to every other city of every other size, they do it per 100,000. So I believe it was 73 index crimes, which is fantastic. And then I divide that into 24,500, and then I multiply it by 100,000, which gets 229, whatever, something like that. So that is the number. You can compare that to other towns of other sizes, and it should be easily comparable.
So just to recap what he just said, in 2022, that number he was just talking about was 436.73, and in 23 went down to 297.95. So great job. Thank you. Okay, my turn. A couple things. We had a resignation on the Planning Commission. Applications are being accepted, as well as reviewing the previous applications. And as it has been done in the past, the recommendation will come from the Planning Commission members and then brought to the board for it to be voted on. The Ability Awareness Committee is also looking for one additional member. Just a reminder that all members must live in the village of Homer Glen. Brent Woods, did you want to take a minute and talk about the signage that we had discussed earlier?
Thank you, Madam President. Those people that live in Meadowview may notice that there's some new signs out there that say no event parking on Woodland and Badger. Those were at the request of Village Manager Joe Baber. He asked me to get those made up. There were some parking issues from the Megaplex events parking over there. So we actually had some real signs made up. We posted them there and they seem to be working. I haven't received any other notice of complaints. We went with the no event parking because I know there was some requests for resident only. That wouldn't have been a good idea. Number one, the biggest problem is that if it says resident only and you have a guest, an out-of-town guest staying with you, you can't have them park on the street if you're on there. And also, most people with resident only signs think it applies to residents of their block only, but it applies to everybody that lives in that town. So, if there's any, I'd ask just to let me know if there's any complaints or any other issues with parking over there, and I can get those addressed.
Thank you very much. The village is reaching out to the two PR firms to schedule interviews to select which firm we would like to assist the village and getting our message out. Trustee Stylen had mentioned something earlier about how residents are constantly saying how we need to be better with our communication and getting our word out and letting the residents know what's going on. So we also decided to start a short clip video of myself, the staff, and/or other trustees reporting on matters in the village so residents can get a shorter version of what's really happening at these meetings, updates on projects or information on events, anything like that. Those clips will be taken right after the board meeting, the following day after the board meeting, so tomorrow would be our first one. This is more of just an opportunity for residents to go on YouTube or our Facebook page and all that other stuff just to get a quick synopsis of what is actually happening. The Ability Awareness Committee has a medical equipment closet. We've been working on this for the last couple of years, and we have a collection of all sorts of things. Walkers, wheelchairs, child wheelchairs, sleep wedges, lift assistant belts, shower chairs, canes, all that fun stuff. So if anybody is in need of any of those things and they just need it temporarily, please reach out to the village, and we're happy to have you use it at any time. Where else am I? The Bell Road expansion is obviously still under construction. There has been some delays and challenges, but we are surely overcoming them, and we will give you an update as soon as the county gives us an update on more information. Trustee Reinders had mentioned the wastewater. Yes, the wastewater has been on the top of our priority list. In fact, the discussion of wastewater has actually started before I took this seat. The majority of the wastewater discussions does happen in executive sessions. We're not just back there sharing recipes, we're actually talking about things and getting things done. It is unfortunate that we can't get it out in the public because we don't want to show our cards to the people that we're up against. So sometimes we need to keep our cards up against our chest just so we have a firm stance on things and have the upper hand. So when you see things out on Facebook and people are saying things out there, it's not always true. Sometimes they're just assumptions or whatnot. So just don't always believe everything that you read on Facebook. Speaking of water, I talked to a few of the trustees already. I'd really like to bring back the water task force that we used to have regarding Illinois American Water. Hopefully we'll be able to share some things soon enough about that. A couple other things that I wanted to address that were touched upon a little bit earlier today. I heard that getting the village out of the township is not possible. It can't happen. Well, I believe we just sat here and listened to Trustee Fialco and a few residents that came up and just said, we did the impossible today. We literally did something that could never happen. We were told it's not going to happen. I was told I was never going to be mayor. I didn't have a shot in the sky to be the mayor. My son was told he would never walk or talk, and he's running around and screaming his head off all day long. I don't want to hear that something cannot be done, because I will take on the task. If this is what the residents want, if the residents want us to look into getting the village out of the township, I am up for the task. You may not be, but I sure am, because things can get done when you have a force behind you. And if that's what the residents want, that's what I will do. There were some statements made about some emails that went back and forth. Never did I say half of what was said. Again, people could say whatever they want. The proof, yes, emails are foiable. In fact, my words were along the lines of, and I can read it, but I don't want to go through all of it, but when trustees demand, were the words that were used, for staff to do their job, I think that's a little unbecoming of a trustee to do. The information I gathered, I did it on my own, and I did my homework, and I spent hours doing my homework to give to the trustees. I offered my information and my hard work to my fellow board members to have an opinion. I was told no, I don't want to. I demand these numbers come from staff. I think our staff has enough on their hands to where people demanding information from them that is public knowledge, and even I pulled it, that I think the trustees can do a little bit of their own homework. A couple other things, this wrecking ball comment that was made earlier. Yeah, I don't want to be a wrecking ball in another town, but I'll be damned if someone else is going to be a wrecking ball in this village. Nobody's going to come in here and start taking over things that we do and stuff like that. Yes, I love to work together. Mr. Balich did a great job today. We did a great job. We were texting each other saying, great job, great speech, thanks for being there for me. We do great together. The word we was used over and over. Trustee Fialco, you and I even hugged after the meeting. I even hugged Brent Portfolio. Never thought that would happen. We got something done today. We accomplished something again that we were told would never be done. Well, sitting here as mayor, I've got it, not myself, but we got it accomplished. That's one win under my belt for me. And I'm willing to take on the second one with this advisory question, which, by the way, Attorney, thank you for clarifying what advisory means, even though we've said it 4 or 5 times. There's other things that I wanted to talk about, but I think we could talk about it under new business and whatnot, but that's pretty much my report for right now. Okay, moving on to consent agenda. Consider for approval the accounts payable for the period of January 26, 24 through February 16, 24 in the amount of $598,558.80. And number 2, consider for the approval the treasurer's report of cash and investments for the period ending December 31st, 2023 in the amount of $43,861,127.48. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Reiner?
I'll second.
Trustee Mason. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Steilen? Aye. Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Fialco?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to legislation and action items. Consider for approval the mayor's appointment of Joseph D. Baber as village manager of the village of Homer Glen.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Trustee Fialco and Trustee Consolino, just for clarification, this is just a cleanup matter that we had from a previous board meeting. And Joe, you're not getting out of it. Trustee Fialco, do you have any discussion?
Same as I've said before, Joe has been one of the longest, his tenure here has been the longest almost out of everybody, I believe, besides our financial director, John Sawyer. Joe has done a fantastic job. Joe lives in Homer Glen. I support Joe's efforts to be the village manager. He's doing a great job. We had a few bumps like with anything else when we first got started, but Joe, you've done a fantastic job. Joe is a resident of Homer Glen. We've gone through so many village managers throughout the years that used this village kind of as a stepping stone to something bigger and better for themselves. And I don't blame them. But most of those, if not all of them, did not live in Homer Glen. Now we have our second village manager who has had a stake in the community that they live. And I support Joe in this motion to approve Joe 100%. Joe, you're doing a fantastic job, and thank you very much.
Trustee Consolino?
Okay, I wasn't here at the last meeting, so it wasn't included with the packet, but I just wanted to read off because I get a lot of questions on what exactly our village manager entails and their job duties. So I wanted to read off our job description for the village manager a little bit. I'm not going to read all of it, but I think it's pretty important for transparency. As Chief Administrative Officer of the village, attends all meetings of the board, implements board decisions, provides reports and recommendations to the President and Board of Trustees, manages and directs all village financial planning, personnel operations, programs, and services through the department directors and assistants, confers with elected officials, private public organizations, and citizens concerning village matters, communicates with the village president and village board of trustees regarding policy matters, municipal services, programs, plans, fiscal matters, and citizens' concerns verbally and in oral writing. Operationalizes the policy direction set by the village board, directs and manages all village departments, operations, services, and programs through department directors and assistants, participates in discussions with developers, builders, and others to ensure that businesses and development projects are consistent with village goals, policies, and directives, supervises the annual budget planning submission for village municipal operations, laying out proposed spending plan for the village board's consideration, implements and administers the approved budget, directs and evaluates the work of department directors and administrative staff members, conducts performance reviews for all staff members under the village manager's direct supervision, and sees that all other staff members' performances are reviewed by their direct supervisor. Recommends to the village board that the village department's staff member positions, position descriptions, or the salaries, wages, and paid to the staff members be revised or reorganized. Oversees in conjunction with the assistant village manager the hiring, discipline, suspension, or removal of all staff members of the village. subject to approval of the village president and the village board. Maintains knowledge of current trends and developments, knowledge of principles, practices, and procedures of public administration, ability to make effective and persuasive speeches and presentations on controversial or complex topics, ability to understand, analyze, and synthesize complex issues to draw quick conclusions, ability to assemble, organize, interpret, and present financial, factual data obtained from various sources, ability to evaluate village services, programs, and functions, make or recommend changes as appropriate, ability to respond effectively to inquiries or complaints, ability to make consistent, fair, and rational decisions, ability to work efficiently under pressure with frequent interruptions, ability to resolve conflicts, negotiate solutions, and maintain composure in stressful and confrontational situations, both internal and external, ability to establish and maintain effective working relationships with fellow staff members, elected officials, volunteers, other agencies, and the general public, ability to supervise, evaluate, and discipline subordinate staff members, ability to effectively and efficiently administer a municipal government. Minimum required qualifications: bachelor's degree from accredited college or university with major coursework in public administration or a related field, at least 7 years of municipal or county government experience with at least 3 years of supervisory experience. Other equivalent combinations of education and experience may be substituted. Desired qualifications, but not required: master's degree in public administration from accredited college or university. Hold applicable professional certificates and evidence of continued growth and development in the field of public administration. So I just want to say thank you to Joe for stepping up to plate. Good luck with all of that, because clearly it's not my job, it's yours.
Trustee Reinders? Do you have anything to add?
I have nothing to add.
Trustee Mason?
Yes, I would like to thank Joe. I've been in here numerous times. I come in more and more lately because I'm semi-quasi-retired. I see what you do, Joe, and I appreciate everything. I know you're doing your due diligence. Madam Mayor, I see you constantly in here as well. Rose, I see you popping in. I appreciate everything you do, including all the staff. I know how hard it is. I'm not trying to get you to do my work. I do my own research, but I will ask questions, and I know it's hard. I know it's hard day in and day out, taking beatings from public officials. Joe, we appreciate everything you do, and thank you, sir.
Trustee McNaughton?
Yeah, Joe, huge improvement in the packets and organization of the board meetings every 2 weeks. Massive improvement in just communication overall to the trustees, and I appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you so much.
Trustee Steilen?
Yeah, just to add, I appreciate everything that Joe's doing. Thank you for stepping up. I know that, and he's been with the village for a long time and has a lot of experience sitting here through the board meetings, and I'm glad you're willing to do it some more. Thank you.
Trustee Reinders wanted to add something.
Sorry, Joe, I wasn't paying attention, but thank you so much. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for always giving us an update. Every time I come in here, you always keep me abreast of everything that's going on, so I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I just want to thank you all for your comments, and I couldn't do it without the staff. I mean, it's them. I manage them. They're great. They make it easy for me every day to do what I do for the village, so thank you all.
Thank you, Joe.
Sure. I have one more thing to say. The only thing that we've been missing in this whole process, and if I have to amend it, maybe Mike can help, I would like Joe's contract attached to this approval of him coming in. We've never had in our packet, I know we covered something else before, but we've never had the contract included in the village packet. And so the previous village manager's contract was posted on the village website. I would like the same thing done with Joe's contract, which is not on there right now. So should I amend to make it included as part of it, or can we just do it without? Let's just do it. Make the motion. Okay, so I'd like to make the motion to include.
And I'll second that.
Mr. Baber's contract with the village to this motion, L1.
And I'll second to get that posted and put together, but yes, let's vote.
So it was in the packet last time. It was, the contract was in the packet, and I didn't.
Wasn't.
I got the mic. So yeah, so it was in my packet. And I know we pulled it out last time and talked about it briefly, so I don't know, maybe it didn't end up in yours, I don't know. But, and posting it on the Facebook or posting it on our website, isn't that more of like a procedural thing? I don't think it needs to be like part of the motion. It will be done, but we just didn't have it formally passed, so we just couldn't do it until we formally passed it. But if you guys want to change the motion to add putting it in the packet, or...
I don't think we necessarily need it in the packet, but I would like to pass this or vote on it, and then we can post it as procedural.
No, I'm asking for it to be included with this motion as a part of history. That's what I'm asking for.
Oh.
And then later on, we never put it to the board to put Carmen Morella's contract on posting it in the main page of the village website. It was just on there by default. We didn't vote on it. So I'd like the same thing to be done here. And I've made that motion. We have our second. We just need to vote on including that, right?
Yeah, and I don't want this to be held up by any means. Right. So, okay, as long as we're voting on it tonight, and we're putting this up as a procedural, is that correct, Gina? Is that not what happens? Right, so then I don't have an issue with it.
Thank you. I agree.
Could we add the job description there too on that?
Oh, it's in the code, village code already.
Okay.
I was going to say that all of our major contracts are always posted on our website, and that has been the past history for other village managers. Thank you.
Hey, Dan, I don't believe that it is. Can we add that?
Hold on, Trustee Consolino, what was that?
I wanted to just add the job description there with it.
Okay, so
Dan thought it was in the code. I don't believe that it is.
The job description for the village manager, I think.
There's too many amendments here.
So you have a motion on the floor by Trustee Fialko.
There's a second.
Trustee Mason. Now there's needs to be debate on the motion with respect to...
Is what they're doing now.
Right, and then you vote on it.
So we're going to vote on that. And if another amendment needs to be made, then another motion needs to be made to amend that amended motion. Okay. Any more discussion on the amendment of the motion? No, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
And this amendment is just to add the contract.
Add the contract to the motion.
Okay.
And to have it posted as we usually do.
We all know what it was from executive session, but the public doesn't know.
Trustee Stylen? Aye. Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Okay, the amendment passes.
Okay, now
Is
I'd
there
like
another
to
amendments?
make a motion
Any
to
more
amend.
amendments to the motion?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to include with the packet and then also online the village manager job description.
You're making that motion?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Any more discussion on that? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, sorry, Trustee Mason.
I don't understand why, Trustee Consolino just read for 5, 6, 7 minutes, whatever it was, a job description. I think everybody, or the vast majority of this board anyway, just stated what a great job and all the improvements, and Joe's tenature and the staff is doing a great job. I think he knows his job, so it's not necessary in my opinion.
I would agree, but I can see a point in the matter because then his job description can change at any time if it's not included in the motion. So that's my question to the attorney is, what if something needs to change with his job description? Then we have to go back to this motion and change it, correct? I see what Trustee Consolino is trying to basically lock in the job description so nothing can change from that point on. But my fear is, what if something needs to change? What if there's something missing from this? How do we go back and give him permission to do something that's not in the...
Bring it back.
The job description does not set forth the duties and responsibilities of the village manager. The ordinance that authorized the position of village manager sets that out, and that's not changing. That would have to be brought up, and that would have to be deliberated about and voted to amend that specific ordinance. So whatever the office of the village manager, whatever those duties and responsibilities are as of today, those are not changing. So irrespective of what gets supplemented in here with regards to the job description, that job description cannot vary or contradict or add or take away from what the duties and responsibilities of the village manager are per ordinance. That's my opinion.
Thank you for clarification. Trustee Consolino, do you want to stay with your motion?
Yes, and it's Trustee Consolino, Trustee Mason. Thank you very much. I heard a T in there. No, I heard a T in there. Okay. So thank you. But no, I'm sorry, Mike, I disagree. I think that for transparency for our residents to see what is expected of the job description with the village manager is a very important piece. So this is not an ordinance, it's just going on the village website. It's what we voted for tonight. Yes, we can alter it if need be. And maybe on the bottom of the job descriptions, we could add the date that we've, amended it or changed it. I mean, that's just food for thought. But for right now, I think it's important for the residents to see exactly what the job entails. And we're just putting it's not an ordinance.
I think
it's nothing
I think what the
legislative.
attorney's trying to say is that...
I was still speaking, I'm sorry.
You just finished.
No, point of order, I was not finished.
What's your point? So you're saying you're not done?
Thank you for cutting me off.
Okay, what I'm kindly going to ask you is when you're done, if you could please let me know. Now you're done?
Sure.
I mean, it's this here we
You
go
cut me off,
again.
I'm done.
My God. Trustee Fialco.
Here, Mike.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask two questions. One, Trustee Castellino, the information that you read came from where?
That's from emails.
The job description?
Yeah, that didn't come on, that was
I thought
from
that
like
you
the
were
last
reading
time that we
from
did.
our ordinance.
No.
So Mike,
That's not the
you're saying
ordinance.
because it wasn't from our ordinance and we go by the ordinance itself,
Yes,
it
sir.
shouldn't be included because it's not, is that what you said?
No, sir. I'm not saying that it shouldn't, I am not passing any opinion on whether or not that should be included as part of your motion. All I'm saying is that, to make it very, very clear, that the only way to, if you want to amend or change the ordinance duties and obligations of that office, of the Office of Village Manager, you have to do it by an express change of the ordinance. That's all I'm saying. If you want to include, a job description just as for purposes of just including it, that's fine. I'm not saying not to do that. All I'm saying, though, is that down the road, if there is a conflict with what that job description is compared to what the ordinance says his duties and responsibilities are, the duties and responsibilities are the ordinance control.
Right.
Okay. And so we haven't done that yet. We haven't compared that
Yes, sir.
to the ordinance.
This is the first I've heard of it, sir.
Okay. I understand. Do you?
Okay.
I'd like to remove
Are you done?
my second on that because with the clarity from, I didn't know, I thought it came from our ordinance is what I thought we were reading. I wasn't privy to that information, where it came from. So I'd like to remove my second on that motion because I think we need clarity for what we would add. And if it came from emails and not our village code, it doesn't make sense to add.
I'm going to ask a question, just so maybe we can all be on the same page. Madam Clerk, what we're talking about, is that ordinance number 23-070?
Correct, and that's an ordinance approving an employment agreement between the Village of Homer Glen and Joseph Baber for the position of village manager. And after the ordinance, his contract is attached to that.
And is his job description included in that as well?
No.
Is the job description posted anywhere in any ordinance?
That I would have to check, that I'm not sure.
Melissa?
I can clarify. I can read this first paragraph. It's ordinance 45-8. It's in administration, Division 1 administration, personnel, officers, employees under the manager, part 4. And it says, in addition to such other duties as may be required from time to time by direction of the village president, the village manager shall have the duties and be subject to the terms and conditions of the position description attached hereto and incorporated herein as Exhibit A. And then at the bottom it says, then there's 3 things that are very generic in nature about position description. And then it says at the bottom, editor's note, Exhibit A is on file with the village offices.
Can you tell me what ordinance number that is?
It's code section 45-8.
Of just the village code?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it was amended under ordinance 07016.
I just want clarification for the board. So Trustee Fialco removed his second. Trustee Consolino, are you removing your first or are you leaving it as is?
Oh, I'll remove it and make everybody happy.
Are you done? Thanks. It was a yes or no question. Okay. So we're back to the amended motion made by trustee Fialco, which we already voted on his amended motion. So now we're back to approving.
The motion.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, and just for clarification, trustee Fialco's motion, which was seconded by trustee Mason, was to incorporate a copy of his employment agreement into this motion so it's part of the record, and secondly, to publicize it on the village website upon adoption of this. Correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we voted on that.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I'm just clarifying.
We voted on the amendment, but not the motion.
Okay.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Stylin? Aye. Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialco?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Abstain.
And Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to number 2, consider for approval an ordinance granting a variance to increase the maximum aggregate square footage of accessory structures from the allowed 623 feet to 10,821 square feet, where in no event shall the total square footage of accessory structures exceed the lesser of 10,000 square feet or 3.5% of the lot size for certain real property located in the A2 Rural Residential District at 18127 South Parker Road, Mokina, Illinois, within Homer Glen corporate limits, case number HG2401-B. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Consolino, is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Mason. Trustee Consolino?
No, I talked to staff in regards to this. The size kind of concerned me. After finding out what the background was previously from the previous owner, there's no concerns at all. Seems like from the Planning Commission, they voted 5-0. There's no neighbor complaints. I guess there were concerns about this setting up precedents. And I kind of agree with that a little bit, but every board is different. You're going to get people on either side of the fence, let them build what they want, or don't let them build anything outside of the the outlines that or guidelines that we have. So, I feel like due diligence was done on this. So I'm in support of it.
Just making sure. Trustee Mason?
Yes, ma'am. The Plan Commission voted 5-0. I know the area very well. My father-in-law lives around the corner. I drive by there every day. It's rural, rustic, just exactly what we want. Beautiful nature. This thing is set so far back. He has a huge piece of property. I don't see an issue with it. It's not going to be an eyesore from the road whatsoever. You'll probably not even know it's there.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Trustee Stylin?
Yeah, I looked at the property. It's, you don't see anything from the road. And the square footage is due to several structures on the property, and some were approved before. And it's an unusual circumstance, I think. So I'm okay with it.
Trustee Reinders?
I'm okay with it as well. I know that there's been several variances granted in that area for something very similar to this, and there are. I did drive past it myself and saw all the different structures, so I think I have no objection.
Trustee Fialco, did I call you yet?
No.
Trustee Fialco?
All right. Yes, the Plan Commission did their job. They voted 5-0 on this to approve. But I just want to defer a question to Melissa King, only because in the past, when we had structures this close to the road, we've asked for the concrete or the brick on the bottom and the siding to complement the house and to do that. Is this the same? I can't really tell by the picture. I did not make it out there. I will tell you that. I noticed this is towards Parker Road, and I just want to make sure, because I haven't been out there, the visual part of it for the community, we're not overlooking something there at that point compared to what we've asked of other people to do when it was this kind of towards the frontage road or where people can see it from the road.
Yeah.
Ms. King, would you be so kind to answer Trustee Fialco?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
You do it all the time.
There is actually, in fact, a barn that sits in front of the structure that's already there that will be remaining on the property, as well as significant vegetation in front of that. It's set back pretty far from the road. And in addition to that, the existing home is not constructed of masonry, which is what is the trigger for requiring the accessory structures to have the masonry in the first place. So it's actually not even applicable to that code.
All right, thank you. That's it for me.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 3, consider for approval an ordinance granting an amendment to a special use permit for automobile repair and service for certain real property located in the C3 General Business District at 15751 Anaco Drive, Unit 2 and 3, Homer, Glen, Illinois, case number HG 2402SP. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Wow. We'll go with Trustee Fialko and Trustee Reinders. Sorry, Mason. Trustee Fialko?
Anaco Drive, we've had other issues over on Anaco Drive involving automotive buildings over there, or people doing automotive work out of those sheds. I know that we had talked about hours in the past, and I want to make sure that this is not the same business that we talked to before, is it?
Yes, it is.
And what were the previous hours then?
Couldn't go past 8 o'clock, I think?
He's from 8 to 8 here.
Yeah,
Strictly-
same hours.
Okay. No auto, so, okay. I guess if I could ask Melissa to explain it just a little bit, since we've been through it with this businesses before, and what exactly are the differences from what they had to what, I don't see, I'm not seeing it right away. It doesn't stand out. I know the Planning Commission voted to adopt, to adopt 5-0, but I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, you're not. And I think one of the things that might be confusing is that I think there originally had been hours of 8 to 5, which is I think what you actually operate. But there was actually a discussion at the board level the first time this was passed, and the hours were actually extended. I believe, Trustee Fialko, you were actually a big part of that conversation to make sure that he wasn't kind of limiting himself to his operation, even though he was actually, in fact, working 8 to 5. And I think there was kind of a balance struck of hours at the time, but the 8 to 8 is what was in the original ordinance.
Isn't this guy, he's not doing any automotive work, he's actually doing something inside the structure where the door is mostly closed, right?
So he does auto work inside the structure. He has a special use permit for auto.
No auto body work, I meant.
No auto body, correct. He's doing auto repair, correct.
Okay.
It does still say no body work.
Thank you.
Yes, correct.
That's it for me.
Thank you, Trustee Fialko. Trustee Reinders? Oh, wait, who made the second? Oh, Reinders.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody?
Yeah, I have no problem with this. This gentleman seems to be he has a bang of business over there. Everybody really loves him, and he did work it out with the woman that, remember with the berm, there was a big problem saying that if he was going to be working later, they seem to have worked that out. There's no problems there. And from what I understand, there's a lot of people in the area that he's a master at Toyota. He's a master mechanic for Toyota, so everybody seems to really care for him. And I know he works on my son's car. So,
Trustee Stylen?
I'd add that in there.
I wanted to take my car there, but I thought I'd better wait until I voted. No, I'm happy for the business owner.
Trustee Consolino?
No, they seem to be doing really well. I remember when they came before us before, and we were voting on the hours, and that was a little iffy. It's nice that they worked out the shrub business with the neighbor. But as a successful business, I don't see any issue. Planning Commission saw no issue. No neighbors are complaining, so I'm all good. Thank you.
Trustee Mason?
Pro-business and pro-growth. Obviously, Trustee Reinders read all through the ordinance here. The Plan Commission voted 5-0. Yes, they do good work. They're expanding. I don't see why not. Thank you.
Trustee McNaughton?
More than happy to support a local, successful, and growing business. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 4, consider for approval a motion to approve payment of the Village of Homer Glen's December legal bills from Peterson, Johnson, and Murray in the amount of $3,382.50. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Trustee Consolino, Trustee Mason, Trustee Consolino?
Okay, Mr. Pasquale, I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
Yes,
not
ma'am.
a very painful
Oh, may I
one.
speak?
I only had one concern on here, and it is dated from 12/6. Can you clarify for me if this is related to township dissolution or not? It says further correspondence exchange from township attorney regarding conveyances of realty and review of enabling resolutions and statutes regarding the same.
Attorney, will you please answer her?
That actually dealt with, ma'am, that dealt with certain township properties that the village took acquisition of, and we're trying to get the final closing documents related to that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Who made the second?
I did.
Trustee Mason?
No, ma'am, I read through it, I understand it, and it looks clean and clear to me.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Reinders?
I have nothing to add, but
Are you going to say what I think you're going to say?
No.
Oh. Do you have anything else to add? No. Okay. We've become close. I can read before what she says.
Nostradamus.
Trustee Fialko?
I checked with Joe Baber today. Joe Baber says he's reviewed the bill. I'm good.
Thank you. Trustee Stylen?
No comment.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino? Aye. Trustee Reinders?
Motion carries. See, again, I knew what she was going to vote before she even said it. Okay. Number 5, consider for approval a motion to waive bidding requirements per Chapter 50, Article 2, 50-4B, based on past performance history for the Village of Homer, for the Village, and approve the estimated quote from Marquee Event Rentals in the amount of $36,584.09.
So moved.
Trustee Mason.
I'll second.
Trustee Consolino. Before I go to the trustees, was this one of the ones that were, okay. Trustee Mason?
Ma'am, I've been through this a lot, and I noticed that the costs are going up exorbitantly. I know Trustee Fialko is going to light me up on this one, but you go back to 2020, and we were around 20,000. You go to 2021, we were around 23,000. You go to 24. I mean, it's just going up, up, up. And then even before we got here today, it went up again. We went from 36,000, now we're at 37,000 something or other. And I know cost under Bidenomics is not helping us, sorry. And I know inflation, I know this. I'd like to know if we have a tent, and I think we do, and I think it's in good shape. And I don't know where we can offset utilizing some of the things we already own, because I say it all the time. But I'd like to explore those options if possible. The other thing is, how do we recoup this? I noticed in here, reading through, that we supply, and I'm sure the vendors give us something back, but most of these food trucks are already covered. So why are we providing tents for a food truck? And Trustee Fialko, I'm not trying to be disparaging whatsoever. I just need to know.
Point of order, point of order, point of order. I asked that all
Mayor,
comments.
I just need to know these questions. I'm sorry for directing it.
Thank you.
I just need to know. I mean, I've had a lot of questions. I read through it. I see the prices are skyrocketing. You know, like I said, by the time I sat down yesterday, it was $36,584. I came in here today, and it's 37,000 something, you know. So I just see it going up, 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 up. And I know you go back a year or two, and it wasn't as bad as it is today, but I want to know, can we recoup any cost? Does the vendors help offset some of this cost? Maybe you can help me with that. Thank you.
I know you had some questions in there. I'm going to go to the trustees first.
Yes, please.
Trustee Consolino, you made the second.
And I may have more.
No, I think I'm going to let Mr. Fialko explain this, because I know him well. So, because I'm going to save more time too for when we discuss the sheriff's contract and costs, because they continue to go up, up, up every year. So I'll let Dan explain those numbers too.
Thank you,
I'm good with
Trustee.
it. Point of order. Thank you.
When it's my turn, let me know.
I just want to remind everyone that I'm the mayor and my job is to run the meetings. So if the trustees can please wait their turn until they're called upon. Trustee McNaughton.
No, ma'am, and thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Stylen.
No, I'll just let Trustee Fialko explain any of the increases. That's okay.
Trustee Fialko.
Okay. You have concerns for cost of things. Maybe, and I don't want to be rude, But we do have the meetings once a month, and I believe you've been to one long ago. But the thing is, you can learn a lot at those meetings. One of the things is the cost of tents. Yes, it's gone up. But we had a budget of $246,000 last year. Where the budget for the fest is $241,000. We get approximately $40,000 to $60,000 in donations. Not only that, we got just recently with the mayor, the people at the carnival gave us an extra $5,800, I believe it was. The fest pays for itself, or we make a little bit of a profit every year. I talked to Joe about some of the costs that come from staff, and I'm just trying to kind of put it all together for you. The staff, Joe thinks it's going to be a little bit different this year because last year it was $56,000. But let's focus on the tents. The tents are the main thing. It takes, for one, those tent people are insured. Those tent people have a staff that puts up a little city for us. They're not just putting up a little 40 by 80. And just to help you out, the village tent is a 40 by 80, and John Robinson said it's useless. It takes 12 people to put it up. They used it once for the kite fest, and they didn't ever want to touch it again. And the uniformity for that is not the same as the quality of the tents that they use from Marquis, who takes care of most of Chicagoland when there's actually a fest the size of ours. When it comes to insurance, they have insurance for it. They also have a team of people for emergencies that they send out. They have an emergency number. Sue is very familiar with this. Sue has done this part of it for many, many years. Matter of fact, staff has always taken care of the order with Marquis and put that order in, and I just I'm part of that process, and we get the information in committee. But again, the fest pays for itself. The fest isn't taking tax dollars from the taxpayer. The fest is paying for itself or making a profit. Now, under SOP 2, we can only keep $60,000 in that fund. It gets swept back into the general fund. So the 1 year, 2 years ago, we did really, really good. That extra money was being swept back into the fund, the general fund. So the thing is, when we want to pick apart every little item of Homerfest, it's not necessary. It pays for itself. We have donations that come in for a lot of these things. Obviously, we can't be specific for each donation. It doesn't work that way. It kind of gets used collectively. Some people say for bands, some people say for the tent, some people say for other things to do with the fest. Some are just donating. So between donations and the money that the fest brings in, I think we would be worrying about something that's not affecting the taxpayers of this community, and we really should focus on just being productive and putting a good fest forward for our community. I hope I don't have to keep repeating myself, though I do appreciate your concern. The thing is, again, it pays for itself. We have a budget that we're under budget right now. Joliet pays for one band more than we pay for our whole fest. Our whole fest cost us less than $140,000 or 150. Well, it was 146 last year, and we were pretty much under budget by a big margin. So our fest is approximately let's just round it off, $245,000. One band that Joliet pays for is $300,000. That's one band. So I do appreciate your concern, but I think if we nitpick about everything about Homerfest, I'd like you to finally maybe attend one of those meetings, and you would, yes, because you haven't been to one, except you were at one. That was it. And the thing is, with the tents for the vendors, the tents are an approximation because sometimes vendors, we do have people that have trucks, you know, where they come in with the food trucks, but we don't know what that's going to be until we reach out to the vendors and find out. So we put on reserve, and a lot of what you're seeing on there is reserved so we have it in case we need it. Now, when we don't use the items, Marquis takes it off at the end. But we don't want to underestimate what we need, so you're seeing an approximate amount of money that may need to be spent, but we want it to be transparent to the to the taxpayers out there. And I think it is important for the taxpayers to know that the taxpayers really aren't paying for Homerfest. It pays for itself in the long run. As far as tents for vendors, I think we have 10 of them right now ordered, but we don't know that we're going to be using all of those. So I hope that answered all of your questions.
Not even close. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, can he ask me the question?
No.
No? Okay.
We'll go for round 2 in a second.
All right.
Trustee Reinders, would you like to add anything?
I would just like to, looking at this, in looking at the contract from last year, and then looking at the contract from this year, where's the additional charge coming from, Dan? That's what I mean.
Rosie, Trustee Reinders,
I'm sorry.
ask me.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can I please ask Trustee?
Sure.
Thank you.
The additional cost is coming from inflation and for the things that we need.
No, I mean, like, I'm looking at the line items here. I'm just looking at this, and it looks like they're...
Chris isn't here.
It looks like they're trying to save us money. Like, it really does. It looks like they're trying to save us money, but then at the end, it's still $10,000 more. But I'm trying to compare it to the one from... I'm sorry, I'm trying to compare it to the one from last year. And it basically looks almost the same, so I'm trying to figure out where is the additional 10,000 coming from?
The additional 10, it's just because of inflation. And if I was to break it down exactly, Chris may know that I don't know if we got a couple extra tables because the tent size is going to be a little bit bigger. We're not going to use 3 tents. We're using 1 main tent across from side to side, so that may have changed the cost a little bit. But again, the fest pays for itself. And that's the best I can say. If somebody thinks they can do better than Marquee, you're more than welcome to do that shopping, but this is the best company. The village has used this, I think, for every fest that we've ever had. Maybe Sue can add on that how many years Marquee has been used, because Sue was the events coordinator, and she knows the intricacies of working with Marquee and Sandy and the things that are said. And a lot of it, I think a lot of it is we do overkill just a little bit, so we have what we need, because obviously they don't want to run from the north side all the way down to us if we need something extra. It's the same thing with the electric too. We get all this stuff because we don't want to have to run to Addison, and then at the end they only charge us for what we need. So sometimes that is part of why it's a little more expensive. But we didn't do this last year. So the thing is, I don't know if you look to see what it was the year before that, but I don't believe this has ever been brought to the board before for Marquee tents. I asked, and we did not find anything that this was ever brought to the village board before. Again, it's part of a whole package of what we do between donations and the process of having a little more than we need on our order form. This is a guesstimate at this point. And it's a guesstimate every year that we put it out there. I guess that may help. And our cost could be less.
Trustee Reinders, did he answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask a couple of things. So I don't think this is nitpicking. I do understand, Dan, that you've done a great job for the 4 years of festivals. You've always saved us money. You've always been under budget. Kudos to you for everything. But I don't think this is nitpicking when the contracts look the same from 23 to 24 and the increase goes up $10,000. I'm looking at the old quote, so yeah, 11. I do understand inflation. Inflation's been happening everywhere with groceries and so forth, so I understand that inflation can happen. But I was just trying to find something that said something different in here. And I'm glad, unlike the last meeting when we didn't have the backup information of previous quotes and previous, whatnot in here, because now we get to at least see what it was, in the past and present. There are different other tent companies, absolutely not saying go with them, but different quotes. There's Aztec, there's Miami Missionary, there's Bolingbrook Tent Rental, there's another one in Mokina, it's a party place affiliated with Perfect Potty. But did we ever, I know Chris is in here, but did we ever reach out to any of them to give us some quotes? Probably not, because we've used the same company in the past.
They know our layout, they know what we're doing.
Excuse me, Trustee Fialko, I'm sorry.
I thought you were asking.
No. So I just want to say, I don't think it's nitpicking when a contract increases to 10,000. I think they're doing their due diligence. But I'm going to go around one more time. So let's get all of our questions and everything out then. Trustee Mason.
I am not asking any trustees. I'm just going to make a couple statements here. I want to do my due diligence. I would like to know, and I guess Trustee Reinders, you actually worded it much better than I did. I don't feel that the condescending comments from Trustee Fialco was necessary. I'm asking serious questions. And Chris is not here tonight, so I don't know if this needs to be tabled to answer some of these questions. But I don't go to every meeting because you don't come to any of mine. I have enough on my plate. I do the safety, I do the behavioral, the drug addiction. I don't need to add another one to it. Nobody holds my hand in mine. These were simple questions. I heard a number of 56,000 for staff. I don't think the Public Works was in there. I'm not sure what the park, if the parks wasn't, and again, I'm not against it. I just want to know, yesterday it was $10,000. I didn't even get to sit down and it's already $11,000. And I'm looking at all the contracts and there's 4 different ones. Under Sue Stylen, they were much lower, and I understand inflation. And I'm not being disparaging towards any of the work that has been done on that committee. I just like to know the answers. I want to know why it jumped so much. If they're giving us a deal, and if they're giving us such a great deal, have we compared it to anything? That's it. Thank you.
Trustee Consolino?
I'm still okay with Dan's explanation. I understand that it's a guesstimate, and even with it being a guesstimate, we're still under budget. And then I was just asking him quickly, because I believe that so did the carnival part went up in cost. I don't know how much exactly, but if everything keeps, if we're gonna keep with the same vendors, I would expect that the cost is gonna go up with inflation. It just makes sense, because it also is going up with our sheriff's department. So, you know, I don't know exactly how much. I mean, I'm very supportive of the way that this has been handled the past several years, especially when we come in with a profit and we come in under budget each time. So I'm not seeing a problem with this, especially if we're coming in under budget again.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, the first thing that I thought of was, outside of the $10,000, right, we're talking about a 20% increase. Inflation is running much less than that. So I think it's a fair question. I understand your answer. You answered it very well, that it's really a guesstimate, and we may not maximize all of the costs that are included, but it's really everything that could be included at the time, right? So I understand that part of it as well. I just wish that the discussion could have been taken a little bit more seriously.
Thank you. Trustee Reinders?
We do have tents at the village, but I mean, I know Dan has done his due diligence on this, and I know that he works very hard. I also know that Sue has, done this in the past, and if she continued to use Marquee Tent for all these years, then I believe it's a reputable company, and I stand behind Dan on this. Yeah.
Trustee Fialco?
Yes, just to kind of cap it off. This is the first time here, I understand this back and forth. It wasn't this year, it wasn't last year. We have never, ever brought this item to the village board before, so it's never been discussed. And to say that it's way off, it isn't, like Trustee McNaughton said. It's a guesstimate. I sue, if you can back that up, when you are talking, it's a guesstimate. And just because it's $10,000 more doesn't mean it's going to be $10,000 more. So I'm sorry if it sounded a little disrespectful, but the entry into it sounded the same to me. So I was kind of responding to what I heard. And I don't want to go every step here. The sheriff's contract is next. So I hope you're going to pick it apart just the same. But the thing is, if we nitpick on, and I understand you want to know, and that's the best explanation I can get. It's a guesstimate as to what we're going to use. Will it be exactly that cost? I doubt it. But in the meantime, I would like to move forward and just have things done smoothly for our fest. Again, it pays for itself. Matter of fact, the carnival has upped the amount that they're giving us. We are at 35% of the profits of the carnival they give to us. After $50,000, they give us 50%. So, you know, there's a lot of little things behind the scenes that it's in the contract. You can ask Joe for the contract. You could see that. That's there. So the thing is, there's a lot of wheels. There's a lot of gears involved with the fest. It isn't just tents. It's a lot of things. So we're going to go through I'm putting every one of these things right in front of the board, too. So if we got to spend all this time to talk about them, then we do. I appreciate that. I'm all about saving money. But when I know that it doesn't cost the taxpayers any dollars, that's a different way of looking at things to me. We know who is the best. We get quality. We get insurance. We've used a vendor again for all this time. We know the quality we get. We know the response we get from Sandy. We know that they take care of us. So the thing is, when you have a certain comfort zone and you know that you're not actually spending taxpayer dollars on a project and you're making a profit, that's a little bit different than trying to break it down for a $20,000 cement pad in Evelyn's Gate North. That's a little bit different. So the thing is, our fest pays for itself once again. I can't say that enough times, but I understand your concern, and thank you for that.
Trustee Steilen?
Yeah, I think that was a fair question to ask why it went up $10,000 or $11,000, because that's a significant increase. I did look at the, I didn't pull last year's contract, but I pulled a previous one, and I can see where they raised the prices on several tents, but it's hard to compare. They're not all the same sizes and everything. But I would also like to add the one meeting was said that we didn't get estimates before, but in 2022, I did get an apples to apples quote from another tent company. And that at that time, that quote was $61,000. So that is why, you know, and we had through the years, we did go and call and get quotes, and the problems we had was some companies couldn't supply all the tents that we need. But I know that we've gone to an open concept. I didn't know if the tents changed. So I support Trustee Fialco in this agreement for the tents.
Thank you, Trustee Stein. Okay, couple things. I know it's been mentioned that, you know, this type of thing has never been brought to the board before. We're talking about 36, 37.5, or whatever you keep saying over there. That's a lot of money not to bring it before the board.
Yeah, I agree.
So anything over 5 or anything over 10 is supposed to come to the board. So just from now on, any committee that has anything that has any expenditures, it needs to be addressed here at the board, talked about in the public. I know that the carnival is bringing additional funds to us, but I believe, because I was at the Fest Committee meeting, and I know that the additional $5,000 was talked about being used towards bathrooms. So we can't use the money to 2 different places at the same time. And then just a reminder, when we're talking about an agenda item, we need to stay with what the item is. We can't throw in comments like a cement pad, and we can't throw in comments about other things. We need to stay on track. Trustee Consolino, I know you had raised your hand for one more statement.
Thank you. You know, when we're talking about I'm all for saving thousands of dollars, but when it comes to the festival, we know that we get inclement weather. And as nice as it would be is to have our flimsy tents and be cheap about it, God forbid we get heavy rain, heavy wind. I would much rather prefer having a reputable company that we know has good tents that are more sturdy and, like you said, has insurance. So that also needs to be a main concern when we're thinking about the tent situation. That's all I wanted to say.
Trustee Reinders, I said one more time.
I have a question for Robert Woods. Is there any reason why we don't use that 40 by 80 tent for anything?
I can actually answer that. Right.
It's not in your possession?
It's in the parks.
It's just in parks? Parks has it?
So do you want me to answer that? So it's a 40 by 80 tent, and we bought it for Homer for the Holidays a few years ago, and it's been used twice, and it's been put away. It wasn't until I went over there and saw the tent and said, we need to pull this out and see what condition it is, because it was stored improperly. However, they did just pull it out, and they laid it out for me. You know, with my profession, I've dealt with tents for a long time, and there are some holes that can be patched. They're not detrimental to the tent itself. It just needs a little patchwork and it'll be fine. I know that the issue was that when John Robinson was here, they didn't have the proper training to put the tent up or take the tent down. So they were using 10, 12, 15 guys to put this 40 by 80 tent. But if you have the proper training or the proper people to put it up, it should take about 5 guys with maybe a skid steer. So it's in great condition. The sidewalls are perfectly clean and they're nice. I did see in the contract that there was an 80 by 40, but I didn't see a cost affiliated with that. So I don't know if putting this tent up for the fest would save us money or not, but I believe when we put up a tent anyways, we do have insurance and we can always hire people to put our own tent up professionally.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Would there be any way that Marquee would put up our tent for us?
I didn't see anything in the contract about, if there was a 40 by 80, and Trustee Fialco may be able to talk about this earlier, because in the committee meeting, they did not talk about a 40 by 80 because they said it was too big. But now I see one in here, but there's no cost affiliated with it. So I wasn't sure if we're really using one or not.
There are no 40 by 80s. Again, yeah, I know, on here it says it. But we're going to be using a 40 by 60 on the football field in the northeast corner.
How big is the cigar bar?
40 by 80, what's that?
Okay, so the quote that we have is based on okay. Okay, that's fine.
Madam Mayor?
So at some point in time, excuse me, sir. At some point, I still have the floor.
Yes, you do.
At some point in time, would it behoove us to ask Marquee Tent if they can take a look at this tent and, see if it's usable for us for Homerfest?
Trustee Stylen, did we buy the tent from Marquee, or did we buy it from, we bought it from Miami Missionary Tent. That's right.
We bought it from Miami Mission. It would probably save us $2,000 to use our tent, but then they might charge us $1,000 or whatever, or $2,000 to put it up. So I don't really think we're going to save, and it's probably just as easy to have them responsible for that. I think Trustee Fialco probably feels that same way too.
Have we used the tent for, can I ask a question? Have we used the tent for any of our other events? I mean, like the tent that we had up for the Pet Fest, that wasn't our test. I know that wasn't our tent, but for Kite Fest, we've used it.
Yes, once where we used it.
Once for Kite Fest, and it was a pretty big tent. And who put it up then? Parks?
It was a collaboration of.
Yes, it was Parks.
But they also had to borrow some of the men from.
No, I'm sorry, I don't want to step on.
No, go ahead.
When we did Homer for the holidays, we had Public Works do it. And when we did it for the Kite Fest, I think Parks it went up a little bit easier, and, weather was a little bit better. Yeah. When we look at the events, I think we would like to use that tent for some events this year.
Okay.
Are you done, Trustee Reyes? Trustee Mason?
Yes, ma'am. Can that tent be substituted out? Maybe there's another tent out there that's this is what, 40 by 80? And we own it. And here I go again. I know I beat dead horses sometimes. But if we own something, let's use it. Is there another one? And you can ask whatever trustee or whatever staff member you'd like. But can we replace it? Maybe somebody else is using a 40 by 60. Maybe somebody else, maybe we can accommodate somebody else by utilizing what we already have and own. I've actually put up some tents myself, and I have no problem coming out and assisting.
Are you done, Trustee Mason? So, Trustee Mason, when I was at the Fest Committee, they stated that the 40 by 80 would be too big for the location that they were looking at. That's why Trustee Fialco said they would need a 40 by 60. However, what I can recommend is if we were to look at approving this today, we can ask staff, which would be Chris, who's been diligently working on this, to ask these questions. And because this is just a quote, so the motion is to approve this, and I'm assuming it's more of like a not to exceed sort of mark. So we can always take away if it's something's going to save us money.
And we'll move on past this. I think Trustee Stylen helped me by saying she got another quote somewhere, and it was much higher, which is all somebody else had to say. And the other thing was that the actual is a guesstimate. It's just quite the guesstimate. It was 10,500 yesterday. It's 11,500 today. But a guesstimate, understood, plain and simple, not a half-hour conversation.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
I believe with Trustee Stalin, when we were working together on Homerfest in the beginning, that question about the 40 by 80 tent that the village owns came up, and it had everything to do with they could not put that tent up because of insurance reasons. Then they become liable at that point when they put something up, right? If something happens. And I believe that's what the conversation was. That I think, Sue, you had reached out to them and asked them that question before.
Well, we are liable even just having a homer.
They become liable now for the tent of ours that they install. So.
Oh, that they install.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think we've said everything we need to. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Do we need to update the amount in the motion?
Was it not, did I not read it correctly?
amount?
Yeah, you have to amend it.
Oh, boy.
It's the new one, Madam Mayor.
I'm looking for a motion to amend the motion to the correct dollar amount, whatever, which that may be.
$37,700 or
I knew you'd know it.
$559.31, right there.
So trustee Mason is making that motion, and trustee Reinders will second?
Wait. Based on what page are you on that you're looking at?
The amendment.
The one that was
To
put at the
the-
dais.
To the
Today.
agenda
Given to us
supplement.
today, the one that was given us today.
Okay, I did not
This
see
one
the
here.
one that was
Do you want
put
this one?
anywhere over here.
You want me to read the number, Madam Mayor?
I would like you to formally make the motion, to amend the original
I
motion.
would like to make the motion to formally amend the motion, and this number is for $37,594.31.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Trustee Fialko? Any more discussion on the amendment? No? Let's vote.
Trustee Stylen? Aye. Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Motion carries. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll for the motion?
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen? Aye. Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
I have a question. Can I ask a question on what we just voted on, Attorney?
Sure, yes.
The contract. Who signed that contract?
Nobody's signed it yet.
Not yet. Who does sign it? Whose signature is that right there?
That's right.
Can I see that?
I don't know.
Trustee Fialko, do you know whose signature that is?
It probably is from the tent company, I'm guessing.
No, it says...
On the new one?
On this one. Whose signature is
It
that?
says client signature here, right here.
I have no idea.
Okay.
That's the first time I'm seeing it.
So who's...
Oh, hold on one second. Let me get to that page. I want to make sure
Who
we're all looking
signs
at the
that?
same thing.
Me?
You're looking at the quote. Does that say 2024 on it, the one you're
Three.
looking at?
23.
Well, 23.
Yeah.
That's different then.
No, I know. I'm asking who signs the contract.
That would be the village manager and you.
Okay. I just didn't recognize that signature. Okay.
Yeah, it was pre-signed.
Yeah. Is that 23 or 24?
That is.
Oh, you know who that? I think that's Carmen Morella.
But wait, is that 23 or 24? That's 23. Okay, sorry. Side
Yeah,
note.
that's 23. And that's Carmen Morella's signature, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right, moving on to number 6. Consider for approval payment to the Will County Sheriff's Office for Homerfest 2024 Public Service Security in the amount of $28,950. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll
Trustee
second it.
Fialko, Trustee Mason, Trustee Fialko. You have the floor.
All right. Again, this is a Homerfest. Cost, again, really in the long haul of it all, not a cost to the taxpayers at all, for the reasons I've already explained. Jeff Taylor does a great job. We had a lot of obstacles last year. I will tell you that we did go from 18,000 to 22,000 to 24,000, and now we were at $28,000 last year. So I talked to Lieutenant Taylor the other day, and we have a plan. He thinks that it's probably going to be a little less than it was the previous year. So this is, I'm guessing, maybe he can speak to it a little bit, but I think this is a guesstimate also, just so we have our bases covered in case we need to. Could Jeff explain a little bit?
Go ahead, Lieutenant Taylor.
Lieutenant Taylor, I'm sorry, you're in
The last 2 years, sergeants and deputies and myself were without a contract, so that's going to be a meager raise there. Under Trustee Fialko's stewardship, the fest has grown significantly each year, so that's why we've had to increase the budget. And now this year, it's not really concerned, but Taste of Joliet is the weekend before. It's usually, or the same weekend as Homerfest, so I'm planning on at least more people coming from Joliet that will attend both instead of just having to pick one. So every year I've been able to cut a little bit the day of, but if 10,000 people come from Joliet, I'm going to have to hire the day of, so it could be higher.
So I'm correct in saying it's kind of a guesstimate at this point, just to
Correct.
cover our bases, and it's paramount, the security of our residents during this event.
Correct. So I will cut whenever feasible and when it doesn't affect safety.
Thank you, sir.
Are you done, Trustee Fialko?
Yes.
Trustee Mason?
Lieutenant Taylor, thank you for that input. You're a professional as usual. Of course, we back our police, we back the blue, we back our residents. We want to make sure that we're safe. I know this is allocated for security, and I did not know about the Joliet Fest running almost simultaneously or back to back, and I'm sure you're right. I'm sure there will be additional people here. Thank you.
Trustee Consolino? We are on the motion for the...
No, I'm good.
I didn't finish, but we are in the motion because you had stepped out of the room. Just so you know, we are on the motion for the sheriff's contract. Trustee McNaughton?
Thanks for your comments. You know, at a rough glance, it's predicted at around 350 hours of time of labor at an average of $83 an hour. That's a pretty low investment in our protection of the community, and I couldn't agree more with this, you know, and especially with the different dates around Joliet. You know, it's money well invested, I would say, so thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McNaughton. Trustee Reinders?
I'm good with it. No, believe me, they provide enough security. Their job is tough, especially if there's going to be no Joliet Fest this year. We will get an influx of people, and we will need the extra security. So whatever it takes to keep our community safe.
Trustee Stylen?
Yeah, I have no comment. I'm fine with it.
I just want to make sure there's no concern that we went from up $10,000 from $18,000 to $28,000. And if anybody's got a question, because it went up $10,000, I want that to be put out there. And so Lieutenant Taylor can answer it, and I can answer it, however we can cover our bases. But the increase was a concern, 10,000 before, so I just want to make sure.
Thank you. I just want to remind everybody, even though all the board members get a chance to speak, so do I. So if we can all just be polite to each other. When you said it, Trustee Fialko, when you said it went from 18 to 28, what was it last year? Because it wasn't 18 last year.
It was $28,000 last year.
So there's a different, okay.
It was 22.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say is there's a difference from going from 1 year to the next and increasing in $10,000 than it is from 2 years ago when we have an increase. My question to that is, on this supplement sheet, it says that it was Chris who put this together. But again, this is just projected. I don't see a contract here, and I don't see the previous year proposals or contracts or anything. And, you know, again, just like we went over with the tent, it's so important to include the history of things so we understand what is going on. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Did you have something? Oh, sorry, Madam Attorney. Mr. Attorney?
Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Trustee Fialko. Just a general question, Trustee Fialko. Is there going to be a separate contract that follows with all these appropriate, like with all the price of court approvals?
Can you please re-clarify what your question is?
Okay, so what's before us is to approve a price estimate from the sheriffs, correct? That's what we're looking at?
Correct.
$28,950. Is there going to be a separate contract thereafter that'll follow that'll be that'll be, you know, with all the terms and so on and so forth?
Approved
yes,
by the board? No, this would be it at this point. I don't believe last year, or I don't, Jeff, I don't believe there's ever been a formal contract put forth to the board before, and I've said this several times with other things, but the same thing would be with the sheriff's contract. We've always got this guesstimate price.
Okay.
And then when we're all done with Homerfest, what Jeff does is he breaks down the hours on a piece of paper, and he gives all the hours to pay for everybody by name exactly what was spent. And if you want us to bring that to the board, that's fine. For its approval in the end, I guess, Joe, we could do that. I don't see why we couldn't do that. But is there an expectation that you would want a separate contract from Will County's contract from Lieutenant Taylor?
Well, I'm assuming I'm sorry, you're asking him the question. I'm assuming from legal purposes, yes, he would want a contract.
I'm asking him, though.
I know, I just said that.
He was asking a question.
In Trustee Falco, this is just general. So with regards to, this is with the police estimate, before we're talking with the marquee tent. For instance, is marquee tent going to then provide, we're going to have a written contract with them not to exceed that $38,000?
It's the same way. In the end, we formalize what we take and we look what we use, right? And then we get our bill based on what we used. And if we don't use a tent or two because we over-ordered a tent because we need to have them just in case, they take that off the bill.
Okay.
So the same thing with the sheriff. Like the sheriff doesn't know what kind of crowds we're going to have, and if he has to call somebody in to be on the ground, he's covering all his bases at this point. And then it's the same thing with the tent company. They overbid it because electric thing does the same thing when you see Altoffer. And then with the sheriff's office, there's no way to predict exactly what something's going to be. So it's a guesstimate at this point. And then we do get the final breakdown for the tents, for the electric, for the sheriff's office, and then we could definitely then bring that to the board. But as far as a contract to be approved, we wouldn't have numbers, solid numbers, until the fest is over.
Okay, I'm going to add something here. I think it's important that we have a contract of some sort, and maybe it doesn't include the numbers, but I would like it to include something along the lines of what are their duties? What happens if something happens and all of our officers are gone? There's nothing says that they are responsible to give us so many officers. I mean, this is just I mean, I know you guys really wouldn't do that to us, but what if there's a shooting or something that's somewhere else? I mean, obviously that's way more important, but what I'm saying is some sort of contract or something needs to be provided to us. I appreciate the cost, the projected security cost, but something of a degree of a contract would be nice. Do you think you could provide that to us?
That would be above my pay grade, but sure.
Okay. Joe, can we look into getting some sort of contract?
There has to be some type of agreement for the deputies on duty, packages and stuff like that. Because of the flexibility that may happen with this, I don't know if we could really do a contract, but we'll look into some type of agreement.
At least the dates and times and, some sort of coverage for us, just to make sure that we have something.
Yep.
It's usually an agreement when you have labor like that, because you don't know what the hours are going to just change, inclement weather, whatever.
Since we have an expert here, Sue, who has been involved with the fest for the last, I don't know, at least 15 years. The fest has been going on. Have we ever had a contract with the sheriff's office before, in your experience, Sue?
Okay, so for fest security, we currently have a contract with Will County Sheriffs to provide services for the village. So this, I always thought was part of their contract. I had never seen this come to before the board before, or an invoice in advance. And so it's just like when we ask them to cover, I think, other things in the village, we don't do a contract every time we say that there's a road closure and we want to make sure you're going to cover this or something. I think it's covered under our sheriff's contract. That was the impression that I had, and we're just asking you to make sure you provide extra officers during these 4 days when we have this event going on. That was my understanding.
I don't know if it's delineated in the contract, and obviously the cost is not part of the normal 38,000 hours or whatever that we provide.
So we get so we do get an invoice,
yes,
for that. But we and so when the budget is set for the fest, we know that there's going to be, and that's the way I interpreted this is going to be an estimate of what it's probably going to cost to have those extra officers present.
I understand, but I guess my point of it is, we can't pick and choose what comes to the board.
Yeah.
So when we have a budget for something, I mean, Trustee Reinders is the chair of the Parks Committee, and that's $800,000 or $1 million, and that just, I mean, does her committee just get to go and provide estimates for a park, and then it never comes before the board? We just have to set a precedence of how things need to be done. Again, it's not part of the contract. Maybe when we redo the sheriff's contract, we make an addendum to, hey, you will include security for Homerfest, and when we go from there. But for this purpose, I think it's important that we have some sort of guidelines of what your responsibilities are, and what we expect from you and what you expect from us. Simple.
I agree. That conversation came up a while ago because our garbage contract includes certain things too, and I was talking about this with Joe Baber before and Carmen Morella, that the contract should be coming back, the sheriff's contract, where it would include that cost or that extra fee into the annual contract that we have with the sheriff. So that's a great idea. I hope we can do that in the future.
Like an example, I don't know, is it your responsibility to check IDs, or is it the village's? Is it your responsibility to, check all the beer tents, or, there's certain things I don't, I mean, I'm paying for security to look good in a uniform, or, I don't know. I would like to know what your responsibility is.
That's free of charge, Mayor.
May I ask?
I'm married to an officer.
May I ask one more question? Would you want this put out to bid? I mean, or do we, that's that's the second option. If you want to go to a private security firm, we could put it out to bid, the private securities.
Again, I don't know what our contract is with the sheriff's office, right? I don't know if we went out to private bid. I don't know those things. So
I would not, I don't really want to do that, but if that's what you expect, I guess we could do that.
I never said that. I was just wanting to know the responsibilities, that's all. Okay, anybody else? All right, Madam Clerk, let's call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen. Aye. Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino. Aye. Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider for approval a resolution approving certain executive session minutes. Is there a motion? Since I'm hearing none, the motion's going to fail if no one makes a motion. However, I do not like the way this motion is written. Where it says certain executive session minutes, I think it should list. This is what I have. But I mean, it should be listed in the motion, I think. Or,
It's what we always ask for, consistency.
well, we had a consensus already, so then I'm assuming it should be listed. I mean,
All right, so this is final action.
Yeah.
It was previously approved.
well, it wasn't approved, we had a consensus because we talked about it in exec. Yeah. So however you guys want to do it, I just think for clarity, because as being a previous clerk, when you have to go revert back to this, it's nice to just be able to say, oh, that's when those were on there. Right, Gina? Yeah, I mean.
So you want every single one listed on it?
I mean, it's not up to me, it's up to the board, but I'm just making a recommendation, and I haven't even heard a motion, so it's going to fail if nobody says anything.
I'll make the motion, and it's only 9, Gina, sorry.
So in Trustee Mason, I guess,
I'll make the amendment.
Okay, so we need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, Trustee Mason, Trustee Stylen, sorry, Rosie. All right, Trustee Mason, did you have anything to add on your motion?
I do not, ma'am.
Trustee Stylen.
Well, the only thing is we're motioning to approve a resolution, and this is the resolution, but it doesn't have a number. It's just number 2400X, right?
Right, but it also, the way the verbiage is, I just don't like it. I mean, yeah.
No.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah. Wait, Trustee Stylen, were you done? I'm sorry.
So, yeah, I guess that's my question is, that's to my second is, do we need a number to?
We need a resolution number.
And then you can always refer to the resolution and see which minutes were approved.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Trustee Fialko.
I'd like to ask legal counsel as to, there's a state statute that we have to follow for executive session minutes. I don't think we've had time to have you review that compared to what we're looking to do here. So would you suggest that you take a review of what we're doing compared to what the state statute would be?
Which, trustee Fialko, what?
For this resolution.
Well,
I mean,
he-
I don't have it in my packet.
Go ahead,
Well,
take it, Mike.
well,
L7.
the attorney was in the meeting when we discussed executive session minutes.
But this isn't the language that I believe he had a time to review, though. And maybe that's why it doesn't have a number. And there is a state statute, that's my concern.
I'm going to give Gina the floor for a moment.
So for the number, the reason why I haven't been putting numbers on the ordinances or the resolutions is because, and I checked, legally it was fine because so many ordinances would get tabled, so it was easier to do the actual number after it was approved by the board. But if you want me to add it for the resolutions, I can do that versus the ordinances.
The, trustee Fialko, the language that I'm reading here from the first of all, I did not prepare the language to the resolution. In reading it, it does appear to be proper as far as what it says. It indicates the statutory requirements of saying, number one, that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Homer Glen met in closed session to review the closed session minutes, and also indicates that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Homer Glen has determined that the minutes of the closed session shall be remained confidential, and it lists which minute dates that would refer to in Schedule A. So it's my opinion that that would satisfy the requirements of state law with respect to that.
Can we amend this to give it a number now, or do we need to table this till it's assigned a number? No.
You could amend it, sir, to, you could do a motion to amend the resolution to assign a proper resolution number.
Gina, do you know what the next number would be for the resolution number?
I would have to look.
Trustee Ryan, well, while you're looking,
So going forward for the resolutions, do you want me to have the numbers, but is it okay for the ordinances to assign it after?
I understand it makes your job easier, I get that. That would be up to the board, but we'd have to discuss that at another time.
Okay.
So if you can look up the next resolution number, we'll amend this motion to include that. But while you're doing that, I'm going to finish with the rest of the trustees.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Reinders?
Just to, I don't know if this is just a typo. It says under here, whereas the Board of Trustees of the Village of Homer Glen has determined that the minutes of the closed session meeting listed on the attached Schedule A are approved but will remain confidential. And on the back of it, it says Exhibit A, not Schedule A. Does that make a difference?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I would have it changed, modified for conformity purposes to list it both as an exhibit. It should be detailed as an exhibit, ma'am.
So we can include that in the amendment when we get the resolution.
Right.
Yes.
Trustee Consolino? No, I wasn't present when they were consensus done, so I'm pretty sure that, I would rather see them listed, which ones they were. Oh, it is on the back? Okay, okay, we'll think of it, okay. Yeah, no, no, and you're aware of, as I spoke with the attorney on this, I was in firm disagreement on the way several of these were documented, so I'm still in firm disagreement, and no, thank you.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Did I skip anyone? Anybody? Gina? Did you find the resolution number? No, I have to. Oh, you'd have to go look. Okay. How do we proceed?
Okay, and so procedurally, we're just asking, has there been a motion to approve this?
Yes, there's been one in a second.
Second, is there going to be is someone going to put together a motion to amend the resolution to reflect the change, to reflect section?
Yes, it's exhibit.
Schedule to change to exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was it.
But we wanted a resolution number attached to this.
You caught it, why don't you
But we don't know what resolution number it would be.
make the motion to amend it?
Somebody already did.
We should table it.
Yeah, that's probably.
I mean, we don't know.
We don't know. She'd have to go in the back and
Can we do it?
it's going to take time. Gina, how long will it take you to get the resolution number?
I think this would be the first resolution of 2024, so it would be one. I'm positive, I don't think there was a resolution.
All right, let's go with that. Yes, Melissa?
I just have a thought, because I think the same thing works with the ordinances, and I think what's different about like my two ordinances is they're very specific, right? So if you were to motion tonight for the dates of these minutes without the resolution number, it would still be fine, right?
It's just nice to go back to when we need to go look at the resolution number, what minutes were included in for it. It's just for research purposes, I guess.
Yeah.
But then I guess from now on, Yeah, if we got to change it, I guess from now on, just have that number prepared, so when we get here, we'll know what the resolution numbers is, and then we can add it to the motion.
I
Yes,
would,
Joe?
yeah, I would just, for caution's sake, just to make sure, maybe not put a number on this actual one tonight and go forward, just the next sequential number of resolutions, just to make sure that we didn't do a resolution yet this year. I don't believe we did, but just for caution's sake,
However,
assign a number, because if we sign a number and we did do a resolution without looking back at the past minutes, we
So-
may have a problem.
if I may, there is a time limit of when you have to approve executive session minutes, and we went through this when I was the clerk, and we've already exceeded the time limit on some, and we're pushing it on the others.
Right.
So as long as this board understands what we're doing, if we table this, or we can just pass it as is,
Let's do that.
and moving forward, we'll come up with a better plan. All right, so trustee Mason, you made the motion.
I made the
Are you
motion.
going to amend it to change the word exhibit, or change the word schedule to exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, we need to change it. Good catch, trustee Reinders. We need to change it to say schedule, but I think we can move forward with the
Change it
vote
to say
on it.
exhibit.
And it, oh, yes, ma'am. As stated.
Who made the second? Trustee Stein, are you changing that? Are you amending it with trustee Mason?
To just change
The word.
from schedule to exhibit.
Yeah. All right, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll on the amendment?
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino. Trustee Reinders. Aye.
Motion carries. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll for the motion?
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
No.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders. Aye.
Motion carries. Consider for number 8, consider for an approval of an ordinance amending Article V1 of Chapter 83, licensing and regulating video gaming within the Village of Homer Glen.
So moved.
Trustee Mason and Trustee Reinders. Trustee Mason?
This is everything that we've already discussed in the open. It looks like the terminal operator fees are in there. I don't see any issues with it. I know we've made some change for the square footage. It's up 500 square feet, I believe. I think it covered just about everything. As I read through it, I didn't see anything. I see that, yeah, the footage is in here from 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. And the costing has gone up as we discussed. Per terminal fee went up, operator fee went up, so I'm fine with it.
Trustee Reinders?
I know that we discussed this at length, and I'm good with the changes. I'm actually happy with the changes because I think it just generates a little bit more revenue for the village. I have some reservations on the restaurant part of this, but I think that's business for another day.
Trustee Fialko?
I do have one question. I was not here when we did this on the 27th of October. I think you guys covered it. I was not here. I just want to make sure when we're changing it from 1,500 to 2,000 square feet, that we're grandfathering in the businesses that already have it, that they wouldn't fall. And I didn't see directly, I mean, I looked it over quickly. I didn't see any verbiage that says anybody's grandfathered in as far as the new 2,000 square feet if you already have a gaming license. So I just want to check with council that that would be factual and that we don't need to do anything in regards to that.
Trustee Consolino?
No, I'm comfortable with the changes that we did, that we agreed on and hammered out. I think we're moving in the right direction with this and with other policies that we want to change.
Trustee Stylen?
I'm going to be voting no on this because, especially after today and hearing residents' concerns about trucking, and I believe by having licensed truck stop establishments being allowed to have video gaming, it's just encouraging the village to have more truck stops, because I watched when we first adopted video gaming, it was only going to help like 5 businesses, and it really expanded, and then we started having businesses coming in just to try to meet the restaurant requirement in order to have video gaming. So I'm not going to vote for this. Thank you.
Trustee McNaughton.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think that we're voting or agreeing that there will be more licenses or, truck stop licenses. The business has to be in place for a full 365 days before they can come back to the board. We would then have an opportunity to make the decision as a board on voting to approve that license, whether it's a truck stop or a restaurant. So because of that being gated, I'm more comfortable with moving ahead with this.
Madam Clerk, did I get everybody?
Everything except my question to the attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was the question?
My question to the attorney was grandfathering those who are under a current gaming license, under 1,500 square feet, that they'd be grandfathered in. I don't see any of that verbiage in this agreement.
Not under at. 1,500 to 2,000.
I understand that. Here, let's go to the footage, right?
I think what Trustee Fialco is saying is that we changed the minimum from 15 to 2,000.
Mandatory square footage of 2,000 square feet, previously 1,500. So where did we go wrong?
Well, you're saying it's under 15.
No.
It wasn't.
No.
It was at.
Okay, I'm going to try to halt this conversation. What Trustee Fialco is trying to say, and an attorney, if you can answer him, is that there's no language in here grandfathering the previous existing businesses that are under 2,000 to be allowed to continue on with their gaming licenses.
Correct.
Yes.
Is it the board's intention to grandfather in those prior licensees?
Yes.
Then the language of the ordinance should reflect that.
Okay, then I'd like to make that motion at this point to include all businesses that would be under 2,000 square feet to be grandfathered into this while they currently hold their gaming license.
I'll second.
Trustee Fialco and Trustee Consolino. Is there any more discussion on that matter? I do have one. Did you have something?
That's exactly what I was trying to get at. Okay. Was from 1,500 to 2,000. So under the 2,000, and yes, we would grandfather them.
Okay, so my question is, this was brought up before, and I haven't gotten an answer, but let's just say a restaurant is 1,500 square feet or 17 or under 2,000, and they so choose to sell their business or a new owner comes in. How does that work? Are they also grandfathered in, or do they?
Right, no, I would say.
My question is directed to the attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It depends, Madam Mayor. It depends upon how the business is sold. If a Company A comes in and buys the premises of Company B, well, Company B is a brand new premises. Oftentimes what you see sometimes, though, is you have asset sales. You have transfers of assets of one corporation, or a new entity comes in and buys the controlling interest of an entity that already has some sort of licensure, and you see that often.
Does the board understand that and okay with voting on that?
I remember that we discussed it the last time, and it sounded like that we were pretty stuck with under this.
Trustee Reinders.
I also have a question regarding an existing business, because now we have a moratorium, and we have some existing businesses that have contacted us that now want to proceed with gaming. So
I think the answer to that is if they have a liquor license, but not an application in for gaming, then they would fall under the 2,000 mark.
Okay.
That's what it was explained to me. Is that correct, attorney?
I would have to look into that, Madam Mayor. I did not research that particular issue for this meeting today. Another representative of the law firm that I work at must have done that. I don't have an answer for you on that, ma'am.
Me personally, I just think there's too many variables. The unsure, the uncertain. If we have a business owner who has a gaming license right now, who's under 2,000, and they go to sell it, and I understand you're saying transfer of assets and whatnot, there's what if they just change ownerships? they still have to apply for a new license, but the ownership's the same? Or what if they, I don't know. I don't have to vote, so it's on you guys.
You can always come back to it, can't we? I mean, we're just trying to protect the businesses that are already established.
And that's my point, yeah, I agree. So,
So should we table this?
If you would, I think that what I'm hearing is that perhaps the board would want me to take a look at, or want the firm to take a look at some other triggering events down the road, for instance, change of officers, change of ownership, things of that nature, and how that could impact these sorts of licensing issues.
yeah, if you don't
Probably
mind.
would be for the best.
And we're looking to grandfather existing customers that are under the 2,000 square foot.
Yes.
And I think that that can be done just by way of an amendment today for purposes of this ordinance.
But we could just table it all together and redo a motion.
It's up to the board.
I already have the motion on the floor, right?
No, I do.
No,
To amend.
to amend, I did.
But
And we got a first and a second, so.
Okay. It's up to y'all. So we're right now in the motion to amend. Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
Please, unless you want to take it back. Nope, you're fine.
I-
Okay,
I-
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Yep.
Trustee Stylen?
So this is just on the amendment.
Yes.
So it's not,
To
I'm not
include the
voting.
language that existing businesses under 2,000 square feet would be grandfathered in.
Rather than.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Motion carries. Now, will you call the vote on the motion unless somebody wants to table this?
I would like to motion to table this.
I'll
for
second
the
that.
language.
Is that all right with you, Attorney?
It's been seconded.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on it? No? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason?
Pass.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
I guess, yes, aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Motion carries to table. Yes, Gina?
I just have one question regarding the video gaming. So I know that you wanted a year wait time from when the business opens. Does that include the licensed truck stops as well? To wait that year timeframe?
My answer would be yes, but that's up to the board.
I thought we included everybody, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to
Was that the consensus that we all had? I thought so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Too, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, moving on. Number 9. Is Monica here? Monica, can you come up to the podium? Do you have any family that you'd like to bring with you? So Monica's been waiting all night for this.
I would have,
We were going to move it up, but Monica was actually previously speaking somewhere.
Oh.
So Monica, if you don't mind, I'm going to read the motion first, allow the board to vote on the motion, and then we'll have you speak, okay? So there's a motion on, consider for approval of the proclamation designating February American Heart Month and Congenital Heart Defects Month in the Village of Homer Glen. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Fialko? Trustee
second.
Consolino? Monica, if you don't mind, I'm going to read the proclamation first, and then we're going to hold off our vote and then let Monica speak. Designation of February Designation of February American Heart Month and Congenital Heart Defects Month in the Village of Homer Glen. Whereas the month of February is American Heart Month, and whereas congenital heart defects, CHD, are the most common type of birth defects, and whereas CHD affects nearly 1% of or about 40,000 births per year in the United States, and whereas the number of babies born with some type of heart defect compared to total number of births is increasing while other types of birth defects have remained stable. And whereas approximately 1 in 4 babies with a CHD have a critical CHD, and infants with a critical CHD generally need surgery or other procedures during the first year of life. And whereas currently there isn't a tracking system in place to measure the population of older children and adults who were born with congenital heart defect, and whereas survival of infants with CHD depends on the severity of the defect when it is diagnosed and how it is treated. And whereas approximately 4 in every 10 adults with CHD have a disability with cognitive disabilities being the most common type, and whereas survival and medical care for babies with critical CHDs are improving significantly since just 1993. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor of the Board of Trustees in the Village of Homer Glen that February 2024 is recognized as American Heart Month and CHD Congenital Heart Defect Month in the Village of Homer Glen, Will County, Illinois, dated this 15th day of February 2024. So all these little hearts that you guys saw was in for February. I had mentioned, we did a moment of silence earlier for a young woman by the name of Peyton. Peyton was Monica's daughter. So Monica, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Monica, and I'm here to give some basic information on congenital heart defects and talk briefly about my daughter Peyton. Congenital heart defects are a problem with the heart structure that are present at birth. They can cause lifelong disability or death. Peyton's life was cut short on November 1st, 2023, after a lifelong battle with CHD. She had 3 full open heart surgeries and 4 pacemaker replacements. Unfortunately, surgery is not a cure for CHD. I could go on, but I want to talk about Peyton. Not all illnesses are visible, and Peyton was proof of that. She never let being sick slow her down. She was fearless and determined to let the world know that she was more than a heart defect. She became her own advocate at a very young age for heart health and encouraged others to do the same. By the age 12 years old, she was writing and speaking on congenital heart defects and the effects to anyone who would listen. She was making waves to help herself and others. She spoke to younger kids at heart events with the local heart groups. She wanted the younger kids to know they were not alone and listen to their fears. In high school, she found another passion, sign language. She was following her dreams to becoming a speech pathologist with a minor in sign language. She was on high honor roll, inducted into the National Honor Society for junior year, and became vice president of the Sign Language Club her senior year at Lockport Township High School. However, her life was cut short due to ventricular fibrillation and myocarditis on November 1st. Although in deep grief, I knew my mission would be to work raising awareness for the #1 birth defect in all children and to help others so no family has to go through this.
Thank you, Monica, for sharing your story. Does any trustees have any words or any discussion on this proclamation? No. We're going to take a roll call. We did frame the proclamation for you, and if you mind, we'd like to all take a photo with you afterwards. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen? Aye. Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
I want to vote too.
Mayor Knightsky-Troike?
Aye. Motion carries.
Face this way, guys. Dad, hi, Dad. There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And again, thank you for waiting. I'm sure that was a painful meeting for you. All right, moving on to old business. Does anybody have anything for old business?
I do. May I go?
Yep, sure.
So as Trustee Reiner states, stop all the negativity. I can't agree more. As far as the advisory question, even legal states it's an advisory question. It's what do the residents want? Trustee Consolino stated that I care about the 1.3. I care about every dollar. I know that you and Joe, because I've been in here, and I appreciate your tenacity. I appreciate all the daunting tasks that you guys are put through. I see right here, just by looking at the numbers, that Homer Glen pays 61.9% of the township tax levy. Lockport pays 30. New Lenox pays 1.05. Lamont pays 0.03. Unincorporated areas pay 6.7. You know, we talk about it over and over, and I've had residents come to me and ask me about that question on the ballot. I want to know what they say. If it eliminates some of the layers, so be it. I don't care if it's 18 miles. I don't care if it's 19.9 miles. I don't care if it's actually what it's supposed to be, which is 20 plus. Bottom line, if it's what our residents want, and it's an advisory question, we'll take it to the next level. I agree with you, Madam Mayor. You had made a statement earlier, and I do my due diligence. I try to do as much of my own digging. I know some trustees, especially Constelinos, over at the township regularly, dig out the information. I don't think staff should do all my work. I don't think they should be doing any of the trustees' work. That's our jobs. We're supposed to read the packets. We're supposed to ask the questions. I know Trustee Fialco does. I know Trustee Reinders does. I've seen Sue in here, Trustee Stylin in here. We all, when it comes near and dear to our hearts, are supposed to be doing our due diligence. You know, whether it's a question to dissolve or consolidate, I don't care. I care what the people want. I care about the multiple layers of government, and when possible, I'm going to stand with our residents and get rid of it as possible. I know HR, when I first got elected and I came in here and they were asking me for this and they asked me for that, and I said, well, what do you want? Blood type? You want my firstborn? You want the less government, the better. And that's why I ran for this office, and I want to know what the people have to say. Trustee Reinders is absolutely correct. She made another statement earlier, which is about the wastewater. I try not to divulge the village meetings, and that includes on Facebook. That includes to my friends, my neighbors. I try not to tell them what's going on behind closed doors because it's important not to show our hands, especially premature, and put everybody on their toes. That's all I have to say at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Trustee McNaught, wait, I'm sorry. Trustee Fialco asked first, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure, we are under old business, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. All right. Okay, under old business, I have got a few complaints, calls come to me. Joe, we've had this conversation, and I don't know what we need to do. You and I talked about it a little bit, and it's garbage in this community. In the parking lots between the pet store or whatever it's called, and the gas station, full of garbage. On our parkways, full of garbage. The Aldi in the parking lot, full of garbage. And I know it snowed a little bit, but I almost think that we should be coming up with an ordinance where we give them so much time, because I believe one of the grocery stores, I don't want to say the name, was given 3 warnings. They don't do anything about it. We should then have a process to have our own people clean it up and send them an hourly bill, whatever it's going to be, because we can't be waiting for somebody to do something all this time, and our community looks a wreck. We're all about community with nature and harmony, and all this garbage that is left in these parking lots and isn't attended to is gotten to a point where I see it. And people are complaining about it on social media, and I'm getting phone calls about it. So we need to address that through an ordinance of some kind, where we give a warning or 2 or whatever it's going to be, and then we send our own staff, or we hire a company to clean it up, and then pass that bill on to that business that has that mess. That would be what I want to address.
Joe, would you mind addressing that?
Yes. Every year in the, excuse me, every year in the spring, we send out to all the businesses information asking them to clean up their properties. Some of the properties that you have mentioned have already been fined for the garbage that is on their properties. As far as going in and hiring a company to go in, I guess we could look at doing that. I think there's some maybe complications with doing that, because then usually we either bill them directly, or we'd have to lien the property or something like that. It becomes a collection issue, especially with some of the big, more corporate businesses that we have. That, I mean, their mailings get returned because it goes to corporate and it doesn't, the store doesn't take it, they send it on to corporate. So it's a little bit more complicated, but we are making a diligent effort in communicating with those businesses, giving them notification to clean those up.
Go ahead, Trustee Viaco.
To continue that a little bit though, but I understand there's been businesses that have been contacted 3-4 times that don't respond, that don't do the cleanup. So we have to have an avenue to fix that. And we can't just wait for a corporation to get their ducks in a row because it's last on their list. We have a community to protect and to make it look so it's clean, and so we're not looking like some other communities that I don't want that here. Let's put it that way. And I think the process that we have now it takes a little long with 3 warnings, and then we get no response if it's corporate. So we have to have an answer to that, and however you want to draw it up. And I'm not saying we have to hire a company to do it. I say that would be an option. We could send our Public Works to go clean it up with a bunch of guys, 5 guys or 6 guys, and then by whatever that costs on an hourly basis, pass that on to the people that may have the mess. But the process that we're using now is a little too slow for what our residents expect from us.
Does anybody have any comments on what Trustee Fields said? Trustee Reinders?
In addition to that, I drive every day past the boxes, the donation boxes, over by between Meyer and Home Depot, and I have to tell you, it's getting worse and worse. There are couches out there. And when the weather's wet and it's raining on those couches, there's chairs out there. People just dump every single thing that they possibly can on that site. And that poor guy has to come now almost on a daily basis and clean up that area. I mean, isn't there some type of sign or something that we could, put there? And I have to agree with Dan. Just in my plaza alone, I mean, we have Dottie's there, and I'm sorry, but they don't clean up their garbage, and that parking lot is full of garbage at all times. Those people are constantly they're constantly walking back and forth to Wendy's or across the street to McDonald's or whatever, and they just dump the garbage in the parking lot. And as soon as the wind blows, where does it end? It ends up all in my rose bushes every single season that I'm cleaning everybody's garbage out of the rose bushes. So, I mean, I think we really need to, address this. And I've addressed it with the landlord, and unfortunately, they don't think it's their problem. So,
Yeah.
Garbage?
Well, on the garbage, and then I'd also like to respond to Trustee Mason's accusation.
Let's finish the garbage first, then.
Garbage? It's no exaggeration. It's disgusting. It's gross. I'm on the Environment Committee, so why would I want to tolerate it any further? So I agree.
Does anybody have anything in the garbage over there? I've never gotten a complaint on garbage, so Trustee Fields,
I hear you
thanks
loud
for
and
funneling
clear.
those.
We'll address it. I hear you.
Okay. Trustee Councilor,
Look into an ordinance or something.
Yeah, just real briefly, I'd like to rebut, since that was a personal attack on me in old business. So, what did you state? You said that I frequently or regularly go to the township. That's a false accusation. You also made an accusation that I don't do my due diligence. Yes, I do. So that's a false accusation, Trustee Mason. And just because the fact of the matter is that you can't provide any supporting documentation or rationale for your referendum item doesn't mean that I don't support the idea of deleting layers of unnecessary garbage and government. However, I want reasons, I want facts, I want data. You've given me nothing. I did my own research. I read it to you. Clearly you didn't listen to that either. So if you're gonna make false accusations against me, just remember it's documented and recorded accordingly. Thank you.
Trustee Reinders?
One more thing under old business. Joe, where are we at with the signs over by Myers? The signs, the signs that say traffic from the left does not stop, traffic from the right does not stop?
Here we go with corporate again. I'll check with them again. I'll see what I can do.
I mean, there's like almost arguments every single day there. It's crazy. I hear the horns, tires screeching every single day. When you're coming off of Bell Road, coming into the Myers, you know, in the traffic coming in does not stop, but the traffic from the right and the traffic from the left think that they can go, and it's ridiculous. There should be a sign on one side that says traffic from the right does not stop, or traffic from the left that does not stop, because there's constant, I mean, skidding at the tires. I mean, it's terrible. It's really bad there. It is really bad.
Look into it again.
Thank you.
Since we're talking about signs, can I add in one more little thing here?
If I could go first, because you
I'm
already
sorry.
had your chance. Yeah, but I was wondering, let's get through the rest of the trustees first. Do you have anything for old business?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to respond on Trustee Consolino's, or Trustee Mason's both mentioned the referendum, and it is advisory, and when this village was incorporated, there were 3 attempts to incorporate before we actually incorporated. And so this advisory referendum may not do anything, but it is like the first attempt to try and start to lower the layers of government. And I also did want to say thank you for your research. I appreciate it. And at one time we were going to hire a PR person, and I thought that was going to be something the PR person was supposed to do, was to educate or write something about what that referendum was about.
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
So I did in my report talk about pursuing with the interviews of the PR, and yes, that was one of the things. However, with what happened in November and kind of falling behind on some things, and, you know, it's been said that I haven't done anything in 6 months. I've been very busy. So it is on the plate. I've asked about it at least 10 times about where we're at, but I think we were kind of pushing it off.
I'd like to just say, how would you like to go about interviewing the PR person? Would you like to do it in an executive session, late in the evening, or come in on 2x2s, or what is your preference?
I thought the way we discussed it was that we would, like we did for any other director, we had interviews during executive session. Or we can call a special meeting and have interviews during, then we can have a special meeting and go into executive session and do it there too. So if the board, I think that's what we should do.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee McNaughton, did you speak already?
No,
old
thank
business?
you so much. A lot of conversation this evening. Maybe, you know, once we get through this resolution, or even before, around the township, I personally would like to talk with the village attorney about implications of a resolution limiting board members' time to speak, the same as the residents, the same as the public that speak here as well, to 3 minutes. It is unprofessional, out of control. Secondly, going back to the megaplex. Mayor, thank you so much for the high communication around the megaplex challenges. That was much improved post that. And then also to Brent Woods and Joe Baber, thank you for all the work that you have done on the signage in the area to improve the parking. As you know, that was quite the mess. You can't say it's a thankless job anymore, because I thank you for everything you've done over there. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to take my turn. A couple things. This isn't really old business, but it was brought up before. Today I was at the county board meeting, and Jen Bettino-Terranchu, who's the chair, she had this cute little thing where she could push buttons, you know, and the trustees can like say, I'm first, you know, and then when they're done speaking, they can turn it off. So I'm not favoring anyone or cutting people off. I think if we can look into something like that, that would be very helpful.
Absolutely.
So everybody's in favor of that, so yes, let's pursue with that.
Are we children or what?
Well, the staff, well, we're gonna have to. I mean, I can't, you know, this gavel only bangs so loud. The other thing I want to talk about was Trustee McNaughton, you had brought up, you know, looking into changing some ordinances. I believe we have an ordinance on censorship as well. I'd like to look at adding some reasons to censure. So if we can pull that up for the next meeting and give it to the, or at least provide it to the board members so they can review it and come to the meeting with some changes that they would like to make. There has been some things that were talked about in an executive session that was put out on Facebook, which does call for censorship. If it is in our resolution, I'm unsure if it is. I'm just throwing that out there because we really need to, remember, hold our cards tight. The last thing is signage. We talked about signage all over the place. It is election season. I know I don't see any candidates here, maybe one. But we have to be really careful with the signage. Last election, it was crazy. We don't want to make our town look like a polling place all through the town. So anybody that's running for election, I ask that you please read the ordinance, please read the Facebook, please read the website. It's plain and it's simple out there. Private property, no right-of-ways, or your signs will get pulled. It's a must. Anybody else have anything for old business?
Yes, I would like to talk. I'm sorry, did you
I
guys
do.
speak again?
Only.
Go ahead, Trustee
However you
Fielder.
want to do it, I can wait.
Go ahead, it's fine.
I didn't get a chance to address the resolution and the comments that were all made. I thought maybe we were going to do that all under new business.
I thought so too.
Being that it's come up under old business, we have spent $6,000, $6,000 to $10,000. We have spent just a little over $6,000, I believe, in attorney's fees for the township issue to bring a resolution to the ballot, which is on there, which you had said that we want to remove the village from the township, but that's not really the way the resolution reads. But my point isn't that. My point is to legal. That's a paper tiger, that resolution, and I get it's advisory, right? But Mike, in all, I'd like to direct the question to the lawyer, and because you've done the research, the process to dissolve the township, does the village have the authority on its own to dissolve the township? There's a long process that I've read. As far as I know, the governor, when they did it in Evanston, when they voted to dissolve that township there, Governor Rauner vetoed it because of what was said earlier. You have to dissolve all the townships within a county. You cannot just dissolve one unless the borders are exactly the same. So if you could elaborate on the research that you've done for us, please.
Madam Mayor?
This is a redundant question.
It's not.
It is a redundant question because you've answered this, you provided them with all this information. We have this discussion under new business. However, would you mind answering that, even though it's never been stated that I would personally like to single-handedly dissolve the township myself? That's the point of the resolution or the referendum, but please.
Trustee Fialco, as it stands right now under the state of Illinois law, the village of Homer Glen could not unilaterally dissolve or discontinue township government. You would have to, I think your second question was regarding a county-wide approach. There is a provision under the code that would allow for the dissolution of all forms of township government within the county as it stands right now. But that's on the books right now as far as applicable law. That would apply based upon our research to date.
Am I correct in saying basically the resolution's a paper tiger at this point?
Trustee Fialco, I gave my opinion as to what the referendum is, and I stand with that. It is an advisory question of public policy, and what that means is it does not have any legal effect that will result from the adoption or rejection of it. And that's all I'm going to say about it.
Okay, so I'd like to ask this board then, what is the purpose of doing it? If we can't do anything with it, and I know it's advisory, okay, everybody says yes. Well, what do we do from there except spend money on legal fees? And to get to this point, we spent money, legal fees, to get to this point for something that we can't do. And that's been my point all across. I agree with some layers of government need to be gone. In Illinois, they do have the most layers of government out there. But if we can't do that on our own, investing in something we can't do doesn't seem to make fiscally responsible sense to me. But thank you for answering that question. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Since you proposed the question to the board, I'd like to be the first to respond. So again, I don't know if I need to get a crayon and like construction paper and try to like explain it more simple, but this is the first step, just like 143rd today. A single mayor, I went up against 20 mayors. It was me, first 20 mayors. All 20 mayors wanted to have this road go through. And then there was me that didn't. And look what happened. We all cheered and we all had a victory. I am not saying that I'm the only mayor that wants this. I've talked to other mayors. Some mayors are involved. Some mayors are waiting to see who goes out there first, and guess what? It's me. Dan, these questions that keep coming up, tight paper tiger, whatever you said, those are like goofy questions that I would just like, if we could just focus on a conversation. I've talked to you about this before. This is advisory. This is not the end-all be-all. This is just to go in the steps in the right directions of what the residents want. When you have a referendum, and let's just say it's overwhelmingly, they want to get rid of it. Let's just say, you know, it's 90% to 10, or if it's even 60-40. I will be down in Springfield stating my case. This is what the residents want. That is our job. You just said it today, stand with the residents, stand with the residents. Well, here we are. Time to stand with the residents. If that's what they want, by all means, we should do it. To answer your second statement that you said it was 6,000 or 10,000 or whatever. When we did the numbers, it was about $4,000. There was at one point, it was 5 because there was a mistake on the charge and we caught it before it went to you guys. So it was roughly around 4,000. Joe, just for clarification, can you please email the board and let them know what the official number was for the charges of the resolution? Okay. Trustee Fialko, you had your chance. Everyone else has had their chance to talk about old business on the township matter. Is there anything else on the township matter that anybody hasn't already spoken?
Are we going to still discuss it in new business?
I would like for John to explain the numbers, and if we have questions on numbers or anything else related to it, we can ask it then.
Because I respect Mr. Fialko's comments, because what he's trying to explain to you is that there are people that are asking us, is this a misappropriation of funds, of public funding? If it's on a legal matter that technically on the books right now, we cannot win, okay? So is that
what? Win an advisory question?
Yes, with the advisory question. So if it's something that but we've spent money, if it was just the advisory question, but we've spent money on research with the attorneys, and I wrote to Mr. Pasquinelli yesterday, I asked, could this be considered a misappropriation of funds? And I've also asked, like the other question, which is an elephant in the room, is you have the Orland Township supervisor on his firm, and I also put this question out there, because I've been asked, does the Orland Township supervisor, who is also our attorney with the law firm, does he stand anything to gain if, hypothetical if, right? If we were to win this, if we were able to get the referendum passed, and if we were able to actually go forward with dissolving the township. Now, excuse me, I'm almost done, but what I read in the letter of the law is that Will County basically gets the property if we dissolved everything, right? And then they put it out for bid. Well, who would they put it out for bid for? It would be all the adjacent municipalities. Orland Township is adjacent. So is Lamont, so is Lockport, so is New Lenox. So that question has to be asked. That's doing our due diligence. And I haven't received any response.
So Trustee Consolino, you sent that email to him yesterday, you stated?
Yes.
If you can just please allow him time to respond to you, but Can we just wait, if there's any more township questions, that we'd wait till we get there? If there's any other old business, let's get that out of the way
I
first.
just want to
Make a
ask the sign
statement.
thing.
I agree, I understood. It's a question. It's a question. It's the first step of what our residents may or may not want. And that's what we want to know. I don't need to go into a long depth, but that's what it's about.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Can
All
I
right,
talk
we're
about
going to
the
move on
signs?
to, I'm sorry?
Political signs really quick? Temporary signage? I've asked a few times, okay. So I'll keep this really brief for you guys, because I know this is painful. But my suggestion when it comes to the temporary sign ordinance is that we decide or take a consensus or work on this for the next board meeting to actually either put it in abeyance or put a moratorium on this. And I also had suggested this with the attorney, that, you know, due to these sign wars that are nonstop, and the fact that it wastes money with the village and time with staff to have to go out there. And there's a lot of arguments right now from residents about, or candidates, about cherry picking.
Excuse me, Mr.
Sorry,
Trustee Consolino, Mr. Bujan.
I almost got in an accident.
Okay. Okay, if you can talk to the lieutenant outside, that would be great. Thank you, Trustee Consolino.
Because there's so much tension and aggravation and waste of staff on this, I'm requesting that we either put it in abeyance or, you know, now the shoe's on the other side. People that were complaining last year and wanting, you know, village managers fired for this. The suggestion at the time was to just leave it alone, because physically this is people's freedom of speech. Now we have a candidate that's running that is filing an ACLU complaint along with some other formal complaint with the state. So, yes. And I'd like the nonsense to stop. So I'd like to request if we just leave it alone for now, put a moratorium on it or put it in abeyance. If we can't do that, then I want a motion up for the next board meeting that we change our temporary sign ordinance.
Does anybody have any more comments on the signs?
I do.
Okay, Trustee Fialko.
Last year, let me just cover when I was running and I was putting up signs. We had a temporary sign ordinance that's been removed from our books. I talked to Joe about this. I found it. I also talked to Gina Marcotte about it. We had a temporary sign ordinance for political signs. In the meantime, the state statute was changed, and I was told that it was removed out of our books because the state statute had changed. But the only thing the state statute changed for was political signs in your yard. You can have them there all year round if you want. There's size limitations and the amount of signs, I believe, still attached to it. But we kind of we did get rid of our temporary political signs that we had. And it was a 30-day moratorium on it. And it allowed, it also said after that 30 days before the election, 5 days after, they had to all be taken down. Now, moving forward a little bit, the last election, the attorney Carrie Horvath said, hey, you guys have one of the worst sign ordinances out of all of them I've ever seen. I reviewed it. Right now, he says, political signs are a form of freedom of speech. You have to be very, very careful. So at one of our meetings, he said, my suggestion would be to, if it impedes the traffic, where if it's blocking somebody's view of the road, yes, they should come down. But other political signs, you have to be very careful with it. And our ordinance, really the way it is right now, doesn't address it because we have 10 feet. And if you really look at it, it doesn't address how the state statute is and what the state statute is right now and what we had before in some combination. So I almost think the moratorium on it and just give the candidate, just like our ordinance for solicitation with knocking on doors, it exempts politicians and it exempts any religious organization that can knock on your door. So in the same freedom of speech type of concept that I'm trying to present here is maybe we should just have that 30-day moratorium if it's blocking traffic of some kind, or maybe the attorney can look into it, and if we can, just ban all political signs all the time from anyone. We have to come up with a solution, though. We can't have it one way one year and one way the next year. And that, my goal is to just be consistent. We can't have rules this way for this year because they're running, and because they're running next year, we have a different set of rules. We have to fix our problem, and we definitely have a problem. The way we fix the liquor license and the gaming license and tobacco is we put a moratorium. Just hold, don't do anything about it, keep the safety of the public, yes, and then we worked on it. And that's the way I think we should be working on the sign ordinance. But that was, again, that came from state statute and lawyers' recommendations in the past.
So Trustee Fialko, if I can ask you for clarification. So did you say that you would allow residents or candidates to put their signs in the right-of-way as long as it's not blocking traffic?
That's what was done last year, I said.
Okay, so Joe, can I ask you a question? The right-of-way, is the sidewalk, if someone has a sidewalk, the sidewalk to the curb, is that a right-of-way?
Yes.
So if I wanted to put Christina for mayor and Dan Fialko's sidewalk from the sidewalk to the curb, I could, according to Trustee Fialko. According to Trustee Fialko.
Correct. Currently, we do not.
Would you want that?
And I could take it down, though, too, right?
No, because it's in the ordinance. You would be against the ordinance in violation.
Here, when we're talking easement, when we're talking parkway,
Well, if I could just finish what I was saying, so I know.
I thought you asked me a
No,
question.
I asked Joe, and he answered it. But then you also just went on to say, you can't infringe on people's freedom of speech, but then you just said maybe we should pass an ordinance that says no signage.
With legal
And I have been in 6 or 7 elections, and never have I had any time that the ordinance flip-flopped, except for this past election, where the village manager at the time wrote a little blip to allow it. And I have proof of all of that, which I never was going to disclose, and I don't feel like it's necessary because we're moved on from that. I do agree that this political sign wars is garbage. I hate to see them everywhere. When I run, I put them specifically on private property until the ordinance was loosey-goosey last year, and then we all went wild. But I do think we need to figure something out, because what Fialko just said kind of, I don't want someone else putting their sign in my sidewalk to my curb either. So is there any other comments on signs?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no, attorney, if the trustees are willing to allow the attorney to go first.
No, I guess my question is there a motion by the board for legal to look into a specific revamping the existing code?
I'll make that motion.
But be specific with what direction you'd like us to do.
Yeah, so we're in old business. Can we make a motion in old business, or can we make an advisory to say, can you look into this? But then I also want everyone to remember that everyone keeps talking about the attorney fees, and every time the attorneys look into ordinances, our fees go crazy. So we gotta think of what we want.
And that's what I'm trying to get at. What I'd ask is that the board, the specific issues, Trustee Consolino, that you have, that you would like me to look into, Trustee Fialko, that you would like me to get into, if we can raise them in the new business section, that way the board as a deliberative body votes on it, then it all comes to me, I can look at it, I put on a spreadsheet for myself, and I can assign it out to various staff within our firm with the managing partner to make sure that these issues get resolved. Because that way when the bill comes to, there's not going to be question as to who authorized what and why am I working on an opinion that maybe Trustee Mason didn't like. I mean, what have you. We don't want to have that kind of a situation. So that's why I think it would probably be best practice that the motion gets brought up between you as the deliberative body, and then I get directed from this deliberative body to perform whatever legal research you all need for purposes of your agendas here.
Do we really need a motion, or a consensus is just fine?
I would.
I'm trying.
I'm sorry.
I get it. Trustee Mason, can you finish, because you had your hand up first?
Yes. I've only seen it once where the ordinance wasn't followed. I think if we're following the ordinances, I think there is a freedom of speech thing where you should be able to do it, but you should be able to follow the ordinance. If your sign is not in compliance, it'll be pulled. It's that simple. We know it's supposed to be 10 feet off that sidewalk. We know it's not supposed to be in the easement. We know it's supposed to be behind the utility poles. I'm not running for an office. I know some of us in here are, but I'm not running for an office. So to me, if you follow, and I did have this conversation when I was running for this office, that can we please follow what's written, what's in place. And I was told no. So I agree with you, Madam Mayor. I think that's the only time that I know of that it wasn't followed. Thank you.
Trustee Fialko.
That is totally incorrect in what you're saying. The thing is, with our sign ordinance, Mike, to get you moving in the right direction so we can come together as a board, let's put our past behind us. Do we need to just get a consensus to head you in the right direction? I don't think we need a motion, right? If you could take a consensus that the board wants Mike to straighten out our ordinance, I'm guessing if you asked Joe, Joe would agree that our ordinance for political signs especially is very flawed at this point, and we need clarity to it so there's consistency for every election, not just this one or the one before. I do agree that there were some inconsistencies in the past, and I think that's happening now, and that's why I think we as a board should fix the problem now that we've identified one, we've all explained one way or another. So, Mike, would just getting the consensus be okay, or no, Mayor?
I guess the question is, what is the consensus? What is it that we're asking for him to do? Mike, as attorney, is looking for direction because one may have one opinion one way and one might have an opinion the other way. He's looking for direction on what to do and how to look into it.
I would like to make a suggestion with making, whether we do consensus or a motion. I had sent both to Village Manager Baber and to Attorney Pasquinelli, Public Act from the state. It was pretty strict, but it was very structured. It still permits, political signage, but it shores up a lot of questions. Wouldn't you agree, Joe? Like, that's where Mayor, can I ask him? Like, he's seen what I'm talking about, and I think it's a very good structure for us to follow in making an ordinance.
I think.
But I would like the board to look at it.
If we get a consensus for the attorney and myself to look at the state statute and whatever changes that the board may wish to take.
And if I could just add, if there are any other, since the board is discussing this, if there's any other problems that you all have noticed about what you don't like or what you've seen that you believe is a nuisance or just isn't in consistency or conformity with what you want to see in the village, if you can add what those are, because then I can see how we can take the Public Act and shape it to try to solve the problem that you're trying to fix within the confines of the First Amendment and the Illinois Constitution's freedom of speech clause as well.
Trustee Steinlen.
Okay, I'm looking at the State of Illinois 90th General Assembly legislation, and it says, wait a minute. Campaign signs may not be posted on public ways, utility rights of way, easements, or any public property.
Can you name the number? Because we had one the other day that was incorrect. It was not passed in the Senate. It got killed in the Senate.
Okay.
That same one. That's one of the first ones that come up.
SB 0655, New Act 10, ILCS 529-14.1.
In front of it?
Oh, there is a 90. Could that be it?
That's the wrong one.
Okay. But I do know that this has come up year after year after year for 20 years since we've been a village. This has been an issue, and I've always heard that you can't treat political signs different than it's free speech. Any language, if you have to treat them equally. So if you're going to put political signs in right-of-ways, so can JB Roofing put the sign in the right-of-way.
You're correct.
So you can't treat speech differently.
So I think what I'm hearing is that everyone agrees to tighten the restrictions and not do what we did last year and just let them be wherever they are. So if we're going to give you, I'm sensing that the board would like to give a consensus for the two of you to look into it. But just keep remembering, guys, every time we do this, it costs money, so.
I know, but I think this is long overdue.
Trustee Fialko.
In that, if the consensus is to have you move forward, I would also like you to look into the part of the ordinance that would have been in there in 2020-21 for temporary political signs in the verbiage that was removed from our ordinance books, and then parallel it with the state statute that allows you to now put signs, political signs, in your front yard all year round if you want to.
Okay, well, but, okay, if he's going to look at, yes, trustee
Madam Mayor, there's an election that's happening right now. Again, I'm not running for office, but I look at the people that put out the money, and I know it costs a lot and you have to do campaigning. I'm saying, you know, I'm not afraid to look at this. I'm not afraid to do what's right. I'm not afraid to follow the ordinances for whoever's running. But being that the people are out there doing what they're doing, and if they follow the ordinance, we'll address this, but we'll address it after this election.
Trustee Mason?
We have the time to go, we have time to talk about this and figure out a way, because as it sits right now, whether those candidates are in this election or not, before or after this election, they spent the signs, but they still have to follow the current ordinance. So at the least, they're going to abide by our current rules, which is what I see happening here. What Fialco's trying to say is, or I could be wrong, but that there was something changed along the way to make it more loose or more stringent, or more loose for a resident.
Statute allows
The state
you-
statute.
Yes.
So it actually would work in the benefit of the candidate if he is correct. But as of right now, our ordinance is no right-of-ways, public property, blah, blah, blah.
May I say one thing? The ordinance itself says that no municipality can abridge this freedom of speech that they're talking about. And it was only passed like 2 years ago, and that's when they changed it and pulled our temporary sign ordinance out of the books without it going to the board. So, Joe, I mean, Mike, I'll help you out with that and get you the old information.
Sure, Dan, I asked you today for that information because I don't recall that.
Yep.
Nothing can come out of the code book without board approval.
I have it.
I've never seen that. Gina, did you have something to add?
I was just going to say what Village Manager Baber said. I cannot, or nobody can pull anything out of the code book without an ordinance. I have to set, so how it works is, when an ordinance gets passed or a resolution, I send it to general code, and then they take that, but they don't just take it from an email, word of mouth. I have to send them an actual ordinance to get that code book changed.
Right, so here we are. Trustee
Could you
Field.
pass it on to Mike? It's underlined with the change in the ordinance. That's the most current ordinance, or I mean statute. And then I will show you the old.
So this happened while I was running for office.
So if,
This is only in your own front yard, though, Kurt.
yeah, this is the front yard saying you can keep it out as long as you want, but apparently it's no longer in the code. I don't ever remember that, and I was the clerk, so I have no idea. But
Mayor, I have one quick addition on this. We need to ask the feasibility on this, because is it just going to apply to political signs, or should this fall under all temporary signs?
It's up to you guys. I think once it's all signs, because you
It
can't
will be all
restrict-
temporary signs.
You can't
So we
restrict
should
what
be,
signage.
that's right, so it has to be for all temporary signs, and it has to be consistent across the board on what we will permit.
Yes.
And I have a copy of our old ordinance right here. It was under 220-10-1005 signs, temporary political signs in a zoning district. It's got A, B, and C that was in here that no longer is in our book. This is a copy out of the book in 2020 when I was putting signs up, and it doesn't exist in our book today. So I'll get you a copy of this also, Mike.
Okay.
Okay, I'm lost. Okay, are we good?
Yep.
Okay. Let's move on to new business. Is there any new business prior to the township discussion numbers? Let's get that out of the way. Anything? Hopefully not. Okay. Oh, sorry, attorney.
Just briefly, any other opinions, Trustee Consolino, that you want, or that the board, there's consensus from the board for me to do, that I'll offer him to do regarding the email from yesterday? What specifics you would like us to do as a board? What are you directing us, our firm, to do for you by way of opinions or what have you?
So I think the consensus is to make the signage stricter, correct?
To adopt a new.
Right. There was also, Trustee Consolino also had some questions. I think she raised it up in old business.
Also for the legal issues.
A legal issue.
regarding-
And I just want to have direction from the board as to what you would like me to do as far as what research, what response should I give in regards to the question, ma'am, that you had.
My two questions of concern were, could this be considered So I'm just, are we open to liability? Could this be considered with looking into the township, dissolution, because we've spent money on it? Could that be considered a misappropriation of public funds? And then the second question I had was, is Paul O'Grady, being as the Orland Township Supervisor, is he in conflict by being involved with this?
Okay, and is there board consensus that you want me to look at one or both of those items?
I'd like to keep the costs low. I don't see what that has to do with the signage.
Wait. So they're two totally different things off the signage. We're not even talking about, she's not speaking on the signage. The first one was what?
Look into, I think the question was looking into whether or not the money that was paid to date on providing the legal opinion that was promulgated to the board here on whether that was a misappropriation of funds.
Well, common sense would tell you
I don't know.
that you're in a, hold on, Kurt, common sense, you would be the attorney looking into it. So if it was misappropriation of funds, don't you think the attorney would say, I can't do that because that's misappropriation of funds? You were the one charging us. So, I mean, if it was a misappropriation of funds, the attorney would be the one that charged us, so that the question doesn't really even make sense.
Mr. O'Grady's
so
law
no,
firm.
I'm still speaking. So my answer to that, my consensus is no. And the second question was what?
Ma'am.
Misappropriation of funds was the first one. The second one was
would
Paul
Mr.
O'Grady.
And his law firm, it would also include his law firm, would they be in direct conflict of interest by pursuing anything and getting paid for it for the dissolution of Homer Township? Because Mr. O'Grady could possibly bid on the property at some point.
I don't know what that has to do with the township, because this is
Called
an
conflict of
advisory.
interest.
I'm speaking. You constantly say I cut you off, but you just can talk whenever I'm speaking. I don't understand how this works in your favor, but not mine. So please, out of all due respect, if you would allow me to finish. Now, the second question was to look into if Mr. O'Grady can get some sort of benefit. This is an advisory question to the residents for us to look into these things. I don't think we should be spending money on these things and then be reprimanded for spending money on these things about the dissolution of the township. So my answer to that is also no. Trustee Mason, do you have a consensus for one of the two of those?
No.
Trustee McNaughton, Trustee Steinlen, Trustee Reinders.
What am I consenting to?
Agreed.
Do you have a consensus to allow the attorney to look into the two questions raised by Trustee Consolino? One, misappropriation of funds for looking into the dissolvement of the township, and two, if Mr. O'Grady, as the supervisor of the Orland Township and his his law firm, will benefit in any sort of way from the dissolution of the township. Do you want to spend money on those two questions?
Okay. It's not that I want to spend money on those questions, but my question would be, because of the fact that we are butt up against Orland Park, and I know exactly what the statute states as far as any municipality that borders the township has the right to bid on the properties or the departments of the township. So so explaining it that way.
Right, but does anyone understand the nuisance on this question? You're asking the actual law firm to look into their own law firm and charge, and have our law firm charge us to look into if you might as well just hire a new law firm to look into these things, because no matter how many times you spin it, the next question could be, well, was that misappropriation of funds for having that law firm look into their law firm to look into their attorney? It's like you're spinning circles here.
On the misappropriation of funds, I believe that the attorney would have advised us in the beginning if it was a misappropriation of funds. But with that said, I also would have to ask the question, if it's a conflict of interest, because it's a question, and they do border the parts of the township, would that be a conflict of interest for them?
But you're asking the attorney that would be in
Right. No,
direct
I understand.
conflict, so
I
that's
understand.
another conflict
Yeah.
in itself.
Right.
Do we advise another counsel? Like, I don't know how to proceed with it. It's kind of, I don't know how to explain, I don't know. Let me go back through Trustee Fialko? Or Trustee Reiner's redone?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. No, you didn't give your consensus. Do you want it? Do you want them to pursue or not?
No.
Trustee
I
Fialko?
do think it'd be a conflict of interest for the attorney to investigate themselves. If this board wants to take and have a separate thing done, and we all agree on that, then we could do that. But at this point, I don't think that would be beneficial. I don't think the attorney would even I don't think they could take the assignment. So I don't want to discount Trustee Castellino's concerns.
And I just need to be very, very clear. I agree with what Trustee Fialko is saying in the sense that whatever direction, if the board decided to vote or have a consensus that they want someone to look into the work that we did in providing an opinion, and if there's a conflict of interest in something, that's not something that we would be able to provide for you.
Right.
Okay, so that would have to come from another firm, would have to look into that for you, because we're not at the point to doing anything in that regard yet.
And same with the second question, as Mr. O'Grady is at your law firm. We can't look into Mr. O'Grady getting any benefit if the dissolution of the township has, because he's also part of your law firm.
I mean,
Yeah, so we,
there could be there could be an arguable conflict with respect to that, and the retention of our firm to look into a potential conflict of interest in our firm just wouldn't make sense.
that's my point, and I'm glad. So, would you like to rephrase your questions that you raised? Would you like to?
No.
No.
That's okay.
Okay.
I think we're kind of getting off track what we were talking
With the
about.
signage, yes, let's go back to the signage.
What we would like the council to do and to move forward. Can I give my opinion on that?
Yeah. You go out
I fully
first.
support council moving forward to kind of help us with Joe and what we've had in the past and what is the law now, and to start looking in that direction to correct our political sign ordinance especially.
Right, but you can't treat political signs different than other signs, so it'd be all signs or no signs.
Well, let's see the legal's opinion, what we can do and what we can't, I guess, right? That's the point.
And maybe mirror the state statute.
Right.
But what direction are we heading? No signs at all, or signs in right-of-way? You're just gonna go look at it?
It's my understanding that the consensus is to look at the state statute, to mirror it as closely as possible, and a potential bar on all signs across the board. That was temporary signs. I think that was what the conversations that I heard.
I am not advising to bar all signs across the board. No.
I'm sorry, it's just
Yeah.
been a little late.
Yeah.
So it was
A long day.
barring the temporary signs, I believe is what the wording was.
Temporary signs.
Across the board, not just political signs, it just be.
Across the board. So if I'm running for office, I would still like to have a sign out in a private property. So if he's saying no signs at all, even temporary or all year round,
I think
that's not what I'm going for.
What we were looking at, it limits to one sign per private property.
That's the first I just heard that, so I don't know what you're looking
Well,
at.
that's, I said, that the Public Act that I was looking at, it had a really, really good guideline. It also suggested, since I'm on the Environment Committee, that the signs could only be biodegradable. There was restrictions for public, there was restrictions for private. It was a very good directive.
I'm not in favor of going forward with just one sign in someone's yard.
No, can
That's what you're saying.
Help out just a little bit. I mean, we're kind of mixing things up for Mike. All we're asking is for Mike to find out what the law is for temporary signs, that being it political, what the state statute is, what our ordinance was before, what we have now, and tell us what we can do, whether we want to put the signs out there, what are the time limits and what are the things, where can people put political signs? And we need to hear that from you based on the state statute and what is the law and what our ordinance is currently.
I was under the impression we already had that, so that, maybe, okay, he's gonna look into it. Are we good?
And is that the consensus of everyone?
Is that the consensus of the board?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Sue's like, whatever. Okay, all right, good. Now we can move on to township numbers and discussion. John Sawyers. So I would just like to preface it that when this came about, I had asked Mr. Sawyers to help me out on some numbers here, and I ran some numbers, and we took some time, and Went back and forth because things change. Levies change from year to year, and every time their levy changed from 21, 22 to 23, and now 24, we had to get some numbers. I do apologize that this was submitted in your packet originally, but then it was pulled out, unbeknownst, I did not know that, but it was pulled out because the numbers were they were under the impression that the numbers had changed at some point, but they weren't. So he didn't want to give you false numbers and then give you the new numbers of the dais, and then none of us knew about it, so we apologize for that. But John, if you could take time to explain, you know what, I have my old sheets, I don't even know what new sheet we're looking at, but would you take the time to explain the spreadsheet that you put together?
I will. This is an illustration of township and village property taxes. It was pulled because I was trying to get the 23 tax rates, which really won't be available to the second installment. So it's an illustration of the 2023 levies. The first sheet that I'd like to discuss just talks about the road district. So it's the TWP RD 2023 levy.
Wait, the first sheet or mine's the second sheet? So you're talking about page 2.
Yeah, in the middle here, it would say TWP road levy.
That's second
The
page.
road district levy is more complex because they have a redistribution. So,
This is the half share.
This is data I capture annually since the incorporation for the audit. So it's not reconstructed data, it's data that I capture every year. To start, we'll just talk about the road and bridge because it's more complex. The road and bridge levy for 2023 by the township road district was 1.2 million. Half of that money is redistributed back to the incorporated boundaries based on the equalized assessed value. The district also levied $150,000 for equipment. So the total levy by the Township Road District was $1.35 million. Of that amount, $559,320 is redistributed back to the incorporated boundaries. Now I'd like to just look at the Village of Homer Glen's portion of that. So of that redistributed amount, the Village of Homer Glen collects $371,700, which it uses to fund its road maintenance. The net taxes collected by the Homer Township Road District, net of the redistributed amount, is $790,680. And and then the other columns just represent the impact to all the other incorporated boundaries. Those are Homer Glen residents funded $464,625 of the net taxes collected by the Homer Township Road District. The impact on that, so I did an illustration of, let's just say I really arbitrarily took a home with a value of $375,000 and I calculated the tax based on the most recent tax rate, and that's $90.68. And then off to the far right, in the lower right, I compare the village levy, which is for public works, 1.2 million, plus the redistributed amount of $371,700. That's taxes that we collect to fund our public works department. It's 1.571 million, 1,571,700. We service 130 miles of roads. So the tax that the tax per mile of maintained roads is about $12,000. Now the highway road district, because of economy of scales, they service a much smaller amount, 18 miles. So obviously their unit cost is going to be a lot higher. They levied 1.35 million. They redistributed 559,000 of that. So their funding source to service those 18 miles of road is $790,680, which equates to a tax per mile of about $43,927.
John, if I could just stop you right there.
Yes.
I want to reiterate something, because this has been talked about, thrown around back and forth for a while. What John just said is that the village operates 130 miles of road. And per mile, it costs the village $12,090 per mile.
Well, actually, we collect $12,000 per mile to fund it. We inherited we didn't inherit it, but we acquired the district, and it is a $3 million department. The village has other resources to offset the funding. The road district uses 100% property taxes to fund their endeavor.
Okay. How much, in addition, do we put towards this to fund it?
Oh, I would say another 1.5 million. Now, that's to maintain the roads. We also have another 1.2 million in road resurfacing that is paid out of motor fuel taxes.
So when you're comparing numbers to me, so when I'm looking at this, to me, it says tax per mile maintain. So when you say, I understand the tax portion, but you have the actual numbers, what it costs to maintain per mile.
Well, I could email him tomorrow. I can give you the audited numbers from our last fiscal year. It's approximately $3 million, the department is.
No, per mile.
Oh, it would be 3 million divided by 130.
Okay.
I think what John's saying is
Okay, so, oh, sorry, Mason, Trustee Mason.
I was just saying, I think what John's trying to say is that it's currently $12,000 of tax dollars for the resident of Homer Glen, and it's currently $43,927 of tax dollars going towards the township.
Property tax dollars, that's correct.
Right, thank you.
Yes.
Right, property tax.
So, that's the highlight. That's the reality of the situation. And it's an economy of scale. If you're servicing fewer roads, you're going to have higher unit pricing. You're going to need more money to fund it. And it shows out in the levy.
Wait, so John, can I just, so you're saying we collect $1,571,700, and then an additional $3 million that we, not that we collect, but we have somewhere that cost us to maintain these roads, correct?
We have another 1.5 million to maintain the Public Works Department, to fully fund out the Public Works Department, and then about another 1.2 million to do an annual roads resurface program.
So you're saying $3 million total is what it costs us to maintain the roads?
Without the road resurface program.
Okay.
Does that include the cost of the employees, the diesel, the insurance?
Yes.
That's everything?
Yes.
Everything.
So if we use that $3 million number, roughly, it comes out to be about $23,076.92 per mile, roughly.
Okay.
And then for the township, it's $43,927 per mile.
Which makes sense because it's a smaller.
So you'd have to do apples to apples again.
More expensive unit price to service smaller services.
So my question to you is if, just an if, big IF, if the village was to consume all of those 18 miles, do you, in your professional opinion, think that we would need to raise a tax to maintain those 18 miles?
Not under the current financial conditions of the village.
Okay. Okay, if you want to continue. If somebody else has questions.
And Madam Mayor, when you did the comparison right there, what you didn't do is it's got to be apples to apples again. So it would be the insurance, it would be the, everything for that employee too. So yes, we could absorb according to Mr. Sawyer's statement just now, and no, there wouldn't be any taxes. And again, as stated earlier, and I'm not trying to step on it, but it's per household for the village, right now, of $12,090, and per household for the township, it's $43,927.
Per mile, yes.
Per household.
Yeah, so there's different ways to.
Is that per mile? Or yeah, it is per mile.
It's per
That's correct.
mile.
It's per mile.
It
So
is.
there's different ways to look at numbers. I just want everyone to see the full scope of how different people look at different numbers. That's why I want
I got you.
clarification.
Thank you.
I did, the other schedule is an aggregate of all of the levied taxes by the township, so.
So that's the next page.
So, yeah, so it incorporates the road and bridge and the equipment levy. Those are listed a little bit lower, but I've added and the levies haven't changed for the township. They're identical to 22. So the general, the corporate levy was $1.8 million, $3,000 for general assistance, and the park was $100,000. The village doesn't levy any property tax for the park. I add back, and then to continue on, the summation is to adding the road and bridge levy and the equipment levy, subtracting the redistributed amount. The total taxes collected by the Homer Township is a shade under $2 million. It's $1,971,180. And on that, for illustration, on that house with a $375,000 value, the total taxes to generate that fund, those funds, is $168.36. So
John, if I can stop you again, are you going to move on to the next column, or do you want me to ask questions there?
Well, that's correct. So yeah, I kind of jumped ahead because
No, it's okay.
The next column, you know, that the village represents almost 62% of the tax base of the township. So in order to generate those revenues, the residents pay in of that tax, $1,195,945 is from Homer Glen businesses and residents.
Okay.
And the tax on that is $168.86.
Right, so basically, including so I'm going to go back to the page before, though, you know, with the highway department. The Village of Homer Glen is paying, the residents and businesses are paying $464,625 to a road district that services how many of our roads?
18 miles?
No, of the Village of Homer Glen roads? 0?
Oh.
Right, because we have the 130. So
Well,
the Village of Homer Glen residents is paying for service that they don't get, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And same goes for Lockport and New Lenox and Lamont, right? But when you get to the unincorporated areas, they pay this $91,530 for their roads. They're 18 miles.
That's correct.
How much is that per mile of 18 miles? Let's look that up. 91,530 divided by 18 comes to $5,085. So the township residents, as collectively, are only paying $5,085 in taxes to maintain their 18 miles of road, per mile, right? Per mile?
Yes.
But we, the village residents, are paying $464,000 collectively to maintain their roads.
Yeah, based on this illustration, that's correct.
Yeah.
The EAV doesn't change much. I'm using 2022 EAV. I'm using 2022 millage tax rates. They do not change much. I've tracked them for 20 years. They do not change much. So that's a pretty fair statement that you made.
So in hindsight, the Village of Homer Glen residents are subsidizing the Homer Township residents for their maintenance of their roads. And they're getting away with paying lesser taxes when we have to pay for our own $1.5 million to maintain our own roads, in addition to subsidizing their roads, right?
Yeah, well, that's
So-
the math of it.
Yeah, I just want to make that point and make sure that I'm clear with your numbers. Yep, yeah.
We're going through these numbers because we're looking to also dissolve the road district? Is that why we're going, or we're just giving comparables for what reason? I know we're showing numbers and one costs a little more than the other, and we're trying to prove a point, but we're proving the point because the objective is to also dissolve the road district?
So back in 2021, that was the initial point, was to get rid of the township and have the village maintain their portion completely and totally and separate ourselves. Like everyone keeps saying, we need to be on our own 2 feet and not be tied in with other municipalities. But if you're looking at this, and this is part of the dissolution of removing the village away from the township, if we actually did it, even though everyone keeps saying we can't, just like 143rd, if we did it, if we separated, our residents would be saving roughly $1.2 million that they would pay out.
Okay. My point is this, matter of fact, Pam Myers tried taking the road district into her own possession. The road district is a separate entity, and even if you dissolve the township, Mike, I don't believe that the town, if you were successful, let's say with the township, I don't believe the road district is included with the township. And then I have a further question. What do you do with Homer Township Library? What do you do with Homer Township Fire Department? What happens down that long stream of it seems to be that something's trying to be accomplished, but we are talking about it at length, And I just want to make sure, I don't believe that we can just get rid of the road district even with the township.
I'm so glad you're asking these questions. Actually, you just proved my point. That is the point of the referendum, is for the attorney to look into these avenues. Hey, maybe we decide as a village, excuse me, maybe we decide as a village, the residents said, let's get rid of the township, and we go, hey, yeah, let's look into it, and the attorney comes back and says, well, we can do this, or this is our options, or we can't do this, but we can possibly do that. That's when we bring it back to the residents and say, look, guys, these are the options. Where do you want to go with this? If we can at all.
Okay, the referendum is not for the road district is my point. It's a separate entity. You're addressing the township, but now we're addressing the road district.
I asked a question based on his numbers provided.
Understood. But what I'm saying is the referendum says one thing, but the township would not be included in that.
The township would, the road district would not.
The road district would not be included with the township is what I'm trying to say.
Right. I understand the referendum
and even
question.
What you said, if the referendum passes, we can do it. But no, it's a separate entity. And so the thing is, you have a laundry list if you want to get rid of all township, which would include the library, the fire department, the road district, and the township. So yes, the referendum is about the township.
Let him finish, please.
The referendum is about the township, but we're talking about the road district right now. So it's confusing as to what your goal actually is when I know that they're two separate entities. And if if council wants to answer that and to verify what I'm saying, because we went through this when we were adopting the road district from the township. Legal got involved a lot, and this conversation was had. And I was told that the road district can't even dissolve itself per the state statute. They cannot dissolve themselves until they're down to 4 miles. If they're 4 miles or under, they can be dissolved. But other than that, you can't do anything with the road district. So I'm just wondering, we're laboring on this, and I don't think that it falls into the category of something we can actually do.
Okay. Trustee Falco, if you don't want to listen to the numbers that Mr. Sawyer's provided, well, actually, you weren't, you were working on something else, and then you joined the conversation.
Right.
I watched the entire time.
Right,
so,
okay.
Regardless, Mr. Sawyer's is presenting numbers on a workshop that was put together. If you'd like to ask the attorney your questions that you just rambled off, so there was about 4 or 5 questions in there.
No, I only have one.
Okay, good. So what is
Sir, in our resolution to dissolve the township, would it include the process of dissolving the road district at the same time?
I don't, it's not a resolution to dissolve.
No, I know, a referendum. I meant referendum.
But hold on, but it's very, here's the, I'm sorry. And I'm not trying to be, I don't mean this any disrespect to any member of the board. It's imperative that the message that gets conveyed to the public is correct. This is an advisory opinion, a local advisory opinion on public policy. That's what this is. Whether this is accepted or rejected by the voters has no legal consequence. There's going to be no obligations that are inured to the village, pro or con, from this resolution.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask. I understand what you're saying, Dan.
Because what happens, I'm saying, because what happens is then somebody hears a deliberation here before this body and then thinks in their mind that the village is doing something that's going to automatically dissolve township government. That does not happen with this referendum.
Right, and I understand that, and thank you once again for explaining it.
I understand.
But I guess what his question is, what Trustee Fialko's question is there's the township with the supervisor and a tax assessor, and then there's the highway department, and then there's like a library, and then a fire district. Does this referendum encompass the township highway department with the township supervisor area, is the question? Or is it looking at does this give the right to look into all of it all at once?
But again, we're talking about, does it give a right? The answer to the question doesn't give a right to do, for or against anything.
No, the right for you to look into.
It's an advisory, but let's just say whether someone voted on this, it was approved or it wasn't approved, it wouldn't mean that we would not, or that we'd automatically, the office of the village attorney would then start investigating and doing something. No, the board would get together and deliberate and decide what we would do or what we would investigate. That's what I'm saying. So I hope I clarified it. Now, to the specific question, if your question is, would the potential dissolution of a township, would it automatically dissolve the township highway?
No, that's not what he was asking.
Yes, that's my question.
That is
No.
his question. That's
That
his-
would automatically, why would you
Not
even ask
automatically,
that?
But we're asking to dissolve, if the people want to dissolve the township is a separate entity from the road district. And so what I'm saying is, yeah, let's say the people say yes to this, right? We start looking into it. We can't, this does not say look into the road district, because the road district is a separate entity, is what I'm saying. It gives us the right to look forward into the township, not the road district.
But you could direct the office of the village attorney right now to look into whatever you would like to look into. The answer to this referendum doesn't trigger what we look into. The board would still, regardless of what this referendum, the answer to this referendum is or isn't, this board would get together and give direction to us on what to do regardless.
But we wouldn't have the consensus of the people on the road district, the library, and the fire department. That's what I'm saying. We're asking only about township. There's different levels of government within the township. And are we not encompassing them all by asking only about the township? They're different entities. They're different boards.
Right, but what he's saying is, this, okay, let's just say, let's just say this even is directed only at the township office where Mr. Balich is, right? Let's just say it's only him. We still don't need a referendum to direct the attorney to look into the township highway department as well.
I know, but this is what we're building the foundation on. And when the people say yes, you can't say yes, they said to get rid of the road district too, because you're only asking them about the township, because you're looking for the will of the people. That's what we've been saying from the beginning. And if the will of the people is only the township, and I'm assuming, let's say they say yes, we ask them about the township. If we open this Pandora's box and say, that encompassed the road district, that encompassed the library, it encompassed the fire department, I think we're going down the rabbit
But
hole.
nobody was saying that but you. And this is where the mismessaging keeps happening.
No.
All right, hold on. Trustee Reinders has been waiting.
Okay, so. Sorry. I think what Trustee Fialco is getting at is, if it comes down to where we are, say the General Assembly says, yes, we're going to grant you permission, you agree, they agree, the township is going to be dissolved. When the township is dissolved.
This is not to dissolve, this is for the board to look into steps.
No, I understand that. I understand that
Keep
point.
the message clear.
No, I understand that perfectly. I think what Trustee Fialco is saying is that when a township is dissolved, does it encompass the library that falls underneath? Does it talk about the road district? Does it talk about the fire district? So when you dissolve a township and there are services within the township, what gets dissolved?
That's why the advisory question is there, is for us to give permission to the attorney to look at it.
No, I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. And I think that's what he is trying to say, is that when you do move forward to dissolve a township, what is included in that dissolution?
Right.
So is it the road district? Is it just the township office? Is it just the assessor? Is it the library? What is included in you moving forward to dissolve a township?
And these are great questions to ask when we know if the residents want us to look into it.
No, I understand that. But
Okay, you're just clarifying.
I'm just trying to,
Okay,
clarify.
I know Trustee Mason's pointing to Sue. Okay, Trustee Steilen. Well, we've even been talking about it for a half hour.
We know this.
Yeah.
Different taxing bodies. However, if you got rid of the township, there would no longer be any township roads. Because whatever happens to the township would be something. And so whatever that something is, that would be who would be responsible for those something roads. But you can't, if you got rid of the township, the library would still function. And the fire district would still function. But the road district, what would they have to do?
But with,
They're their own board, Sue.
They're their own board, but what would they have to do?
Wait, point of order. Let Trustee Mason go next.
Thank you. I'm not going to take a half hour, but according to the assistant chiefs of the fire departments, the Homer Township being on the side of that building is name only. It is a taxing body. As Trustee Stylen states, they don't go away. They're still there. They get absorbed. That's exactly what happens, and it's exactly what happens with the roads. That's exactly what happens. Yes, they're taxing bodies. Everybody that bumps up to them, if we agreed, and as Madam Mayor had stated earlier, that there's a couple other mayors looking, taking a peek, and if we could save our residents some money, and then, hey, wait a minute, what did the Homer just do? Maybe Lockport, well, maybe we should do it. Pretty soon, they're absorbing. We're absorbing. Anybody that touches us could be absorbing what they currently falls into their jurisdiction. Thank you.
Trustee McNaughton, did you have anything? Trustee Consolino?
Yeah, I have some questions for John, but something I want to say is everybody keeps saying that we're going to absorb this. There's no definitive that we're going to absorb these.
Thank you. Nobody on this side has ever said that.
But wait a minute. Now to go back to John, because John's giving us numbers like we're going to get this money from that tax levy.
No, nobody said that.
John,
nobody said that.
Okay, so what you're talking to us tonight about, you're talking strictly about the road district half share that we get, correct?
Yeah, this is an illustration of township, village, and road district taxes.
Okay, but the numbers that you're talking about, you're saying that basically if we got them would be based on the road district, correct?
Well, we know what the 23 levy is, so we know what the redistribution will be. The village will collect $371,700.
Okay, but
this in 24.
Okay, so that's how much they're getting, but there's nothing, when I did my research online, there's nothing that I could find, and this would be a lawyer question, I guess, is how do we know for sure that we would get to absorb that levy, that we would get to absorb any of this tax information? Because if everything goes from what Rose and I have read in the state statutes, it goes to Will County.
It goes to Will County.
Will County doesn't have to give us anything. Will County's the one that puts it out for bid. Doesn't mean that we're going to get it. I mean, I'm just being realistic here.
Well,
do we know how we would be able to push to absorb?
Oh, I don't know anything about that. I know that, we would not absorb their levy. That would definitely not occur. So it's not, if it goes away, you could choose to take it on and just run it through regular operating expenses. You can increase your levy to cover what they were doing. Mm-hmm. But the village does not get their levy.
Yeah, so if we don't get the half share of the levy, the 60, I'm sorry, I can't remember what percent it is on here, but the 61.95% that Homer Glen pays.
That goes away.
That goes away.
That's true.
And there's no guarantee that we could absorb that or get that or levy that. There's nothing to guarantee anything coming our way to help out our residents or save money.
I'm hungry, I'm so sorry. I've been in meetings all day.
Can I respond?
But that's my thing is so then how are we really saving money for the residents? How does this benefit us? That's what I'm asking.
So I think part of the question that Trustee Consolino just asked is, how does this benefit us? This never started off how to benefit us sitting up here or this village hall. It started off how to benefit the residents. We have high water bills. We have a lot of problems going on. We've got things going on. And you got the referendum for the school going on. Any dollar we can save a resident, I am willing to look into. Now, if they're going to save this money and we need to levy for a water sewer treatment plant, it takes the burden off of them from the township, and we can levy, which would bring that burden just a little less than what it would be. That's the point. This is just to talk about the benefits for the residents, not the village. I think all these assumptions and premeditated, things of they're going to do this and they're going to do that. No, if you guys would just take 5 minutes and just really listen to what we were trying to say all along, is this isn't about us. This isn't about stealing the money. This is not about a hostile takeover. This is not asking them to, bring in their roads so we can collect more money. No, this was just to look at what the residents wanted us to do on saving them money.
Mayor, when you stepped away, I don't think you heard what I was asking with John. There's no way that we could guarantee, so let's say they get dissolved. There's no guarantee that we're going to get these levies. Zero. Because technically Will County takes it.
Are you asking me that as a question?
No, that's what we just discussed.
Yeah, but whoever.
So then how are we saving, and I didn't mean us, I meant us as the residents. How are we saving the residents of Homer Glen anything if we don't get that tax levy?
You mean, when you say we, you're meaning the village of Homer Glen, right?
A redistributed amount.
But at what point? What point are you talking about? Like, I don't understand.
So if the township went away, like you said, like it dissolved, right?
Goes to Will County.
Tax levy, does the tax levy go to the county?
No,
Where does it go?
it goes away.
It goes away. But let's say Will County
So
says.
that saved taxpayers money, right?
Now we have to argue with Will County and say, hey, we want to take over our own roads, we want to do this. What if they say, no, you can't? Because everything technically goes to Will County to decide.
Figure that out after the vote.
Or it also goes to the Illinois General Assembly. It isn't just Will County's choice, it's really Illinois General Assembly's choice on what they're going to do.
So Trustee Cancelino, that is the point of the advisory, because I don't want to send the attorney off on all these different missions and tangents and talk about it, and then get yelled at from trustees saying we're misappropriating funds.
Right.
And then come back to find out that the residents don't even want it anyways. That's the point of this advisory. I'm so glad you guys are talking about this, because that's the whole point. Do we, because no offense, I'm not gonna believe what you tell me. I'm not gonna believe what he tells me. I'm not gonna believe what Joe tells me. I want, when something is this degree, I want a solid attorney opinion that I know they looked into every opportunity in every which way to spend the funds, for the attorney to look in what is the best way to make all of this happen. That's the point of the advisory. So if you say the dissolution of the township, if we actually make it that far, the tax dollars don't go to the county. But then we also have to remember, we have boundary line agreements that we can use as negotiation tools. There's so many different avenues that we can look into this. This is just opening the door to see what the residents want.
Thank you.
And you know what, they might even say, you guys are nuts, we want to stay with the township, and say, nope, we like paying taxes for services we don't get. Who knows? I don't know. That's what they could say that. And then we leave it alone, and then we don't have to pay him anything. No offense. But that's what I wanted to do, is before we went ahead and spent money on this matter, because this isn't just a matter of let's discuss it and figure it out. This is going to take time and money and meetings and, executive sessions. That's the point.
As discussed earlier too, it's, we're supplementing, the village of Homer Glen is supplementing Homer Township. I think CJ sat next to me and came up with $574,000 right off the top. Boom, that goes away. That's a huge number.
Was there any more questions for right now? Or do we want John? I had to eat something, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I didn't mean to be disrespectful,
No,
but.
it's late, and this is pretty dry, so, but I think you had a pretty good grasp of it. So there is an inequity in it.
Okay. All right. I'm glad we had the opportunity to talk about this. I hope that helps explain some things to you guys and you over here. All right. Is there anything else for new business? Please tell me no. Nothing for a workshop? Are we going into executive session?
It's on the agenda.
No,
Do we want to go into executive session?
no.
Yeah, who said, oh, we do, we have to.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second to go into exec? Is there a second to go into exec?
Brent is saying we have to. So
Do we have to do a vote? Yeah, we have to vote. Where's McNaughton?
Mr. McNaughton had to leave, he's on a 4 a.m. flight.
Oh, all right, so are you leaving or are you staying?
we have discussion before we vote
I have an
on
early presentation.
the motion?
Yeah, we can have discussion right now.
I just would like to hear from Mr. Westcott.
Don't let anything out that you can't.
Do not.
Is it pertinent that we go into it
Yes.
tonight? Yes. Okay, that's all I need. But now do we have?
Yeah, there's still,
we
you
don't
guys get
need
to
a
vote.
quorum.
We're back to square.
All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll for executive session.
Well, I think you have to do the motion to go in an executive.
We did.
Okay.
We get it.
Session, it has to.
I motioned it.
There was a second.
Sue Stylen seconded it. And do we get a break before we go into it?
Yeah, Craig and Jen are leaving.
Aye.
You got to wait for the vote call.
I heard it.
No.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, we're going into exec.
Thank you. Sorry, everybody. We're going to try to put a little